Took longer to get started than I expected. Sorry about that. What's good, nerds? We're here. Happy Wednesday. How y'all doing today? We got a hype train going already. Thank you all for the support. I got a minute. We're not a political stream. If you could chill out so I don't have to ban you, I'd appreciate it. Anyways, let's thank all the people who have subbed since we started. You were both today, so I'll thank you. I rip bongs for the Prime, as well as Henrico202 with the Prime. We got Timo here 6 months straight. Thank you for starting us off for the stream subs today. Turtles Pants 8 minutes ago with the Sup Nerds. Dog Paw Hat 12 months now. 28 total. Jesus Christ, you guys have been around for too long. Reese about to hit that 2-year mark. Good seeing you here. Good seeing you yesterday. We got Kusi here with the 20 months of Tier 1, 23 months total. We got Dan Vale here, 7 months at Tier 1. Thank you for that. Here, Father. I couldn't come up with a good pun there. I tried. We got Yash here, 19 months of the Prime. Axian here, 3 months in. Thank you for all the support. City Dev hitting that 2-year mark. Good to see. Isabel with the 14 months. Thank you for all of the support. Jonesa, 20 months at Tier 1 straight, 26 total. Kevin Vandy here, 23 months of Tier 3, absolute legend, 30 months overall. The Tier 3 for that long, especially post T3 Club shutting down, is nutty. Appreciate that a ton. Snow Squire with the Prime, thank you for that. About to hit that 1 year. Sift CI, hit in the 6 months straight. CD Villard, always good to see you, man. 1.5 years now. Good shit. Wesley throwing that gift sub out. Magnificent Martin with the Prime. Frosted Grandpa hitting the 1 year of Tier 3. To be fair, Frosted, we've been talking a lot longer than you've been watching. But yeah, you've gotten a lot done in that year. Then we got Zick here with the 12 months of support. Thank you all. You love my newer, shorter videos. What are you talking about? That's not where I was trying to go. "40 minutes, 26 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. The only one I would call short here is the cursor one, and that's because I posted a fucking hour-long interview on my other channel from it. I'm a long-form creator. I don't do short-form. Anything that makes it seem like I'm trying to do more short-form is like an error in my ways. 1 hour 20, that was 2 hours on stream. There's a bunch of those. React doesn't scale. What's an hour? Why everyone hates web components probably is what you're thinking of. Yeah, no worries. I am happy you liked it, but not doing more of those. So Upload Things, code that you run is open source, not our infra code. I kind of want people to compete on the infra side. I would love for somebody to make an Upload Thing compatible infrastructure provider because it would help show that our shit's legit. It's mostly not open source, not because we're trying to hide the implementation, but because it sucks to spin up and run. I am not confident I could just take the Upload Thing code and get that running. It's complex. And I don't want to spend all of our time trying to make it so anyone can host the Upload Thing infra. It's just the amount of effort it would take to make that code useful is really high. It runs against our direct business interests. And it would look awful to have this code and not support it like that. So for those reasons, we have not, at this point, open sourced the infrastructure side of Upload Thing, but we would consider it in the future. Just Tom is fine. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that a ton. I threw a few interesting things on the content planning. First, I should ask, is there any breaking news that I have missed? Because it seems like other than the cursor thing, it's been a relatively chill news couple weeks at this point. Like when I look at my channel, it's like, oh, one of these things was news. And everything else recent is like, oh, yeah, I just covered that because it was interesting to me. I guess Flutterfork and the McMaster stuff were both news. Especially like the last few. Like this one was not news. This one was not news. A lot of the other things I have queued aren't news. Brownie925 with the 10 gifts. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it a ton. It's weird seeing gifts from somebody named Brownie. For those who don't know, like my last name is Brown with an E at the end. So my dad's nickname is Brownie. So it's weird. But I appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much for the support. We're finally getting a sub count that isn't like hilariously low. We used to be cruising at like 2,000 subs. We're in like the 400 range nowadays, but we're about to hit 5 again, which is super cool. Thank you all again. We got Skylurker here with the 23 months. We got Hey Glassy here with the 34 months. Also, again, to be clear, we don't need subs to fund the channel. They're awesome and we appreciate you guys immensely for it. But thanks to the new sponsor model, we're more than able to cover the team's costs. Everybody is making money. Everybody's making even more money. Hell, I was able to help Addy buy a computer finally. And no, Addy, I'm not switching to BlueSky. I am starting to use it more. Fireship did a video on Drizzle. I watched his one that he just did on libsequel. It was pretty good. Interesting seeing a ad for Clark in that. I didn't expect that. I'd see this re-Oracle. I did not. Oh yeah, I did actually see this. Why am I not following Luca? Let's fix that quick. It's nice being able to open up this app because it's significantly less bad. Like in terms of horrible things that'll be on my feed that might get me banned. Happy that you can vibe with it. And thank you again for the support. You had said something else before and I missed it. Where was your message that was after that? Let me go back here. It was right after this. Come on. There we go. Appreciate you. About to release my MVP in the next couple of weeks. My content's been valuable. Awesome to hear, genuinely. Glassy in the 34 months. Legend. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Happy we could hang yesterday, too. I tried so hard to not lose my voice last night, and I still kind of did. Annoying, because it's my last time I can film for a while. God. So, a lot of what I want to cover today, I haven't done enough like research for yet. Specifically, wait, you were up till 5? What the fuck? Why? You left so early. Oh, yeah, the one beer you had. Oh, I'm sorry. It's funny because I actually slept better than I've slept in a while because I had 3 beers, and apparently that helps me sleep because I don't drink much anymore. But I went to bed like 2 hours earlier than usual, and according to what's it called, my sleep app, 8 Sleep, I slept significantly better. I've been hitting like 70% for the last few nights, and I hit like it was either a 90 or 100. No, it was a 98. Look at that. Don't know if you can see. Will it focus? It won't focus. But it's a 98, I promise. I would do the phone screen share thing, but that's a huge risk. I think WordPress is entitled to do whatever the fuck they want. It's just embarrassing for them. We got Cyan Flare here with the 3 months of additional support. 6 months total. Resub for 6 months. Huge. Thank you so much. And OSUK also with the Prime. Thank you for that. Gary Scotty. Should I know this name? This is kind of something I'm going to be talking about if I do the how I use AI to write code video. But what I was saying before is I need to... so I guess you're going to follow up on the thing I mentioned in chat. Oh, yeah, nudge me after stream and I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I want to do more prep for the BlueSky one if I'm going to do this. I have a bunch of awesome resources that Dan has sent me about App Proto that I haven't looked at yet that I want to take a quick look at first. I'll put it on the list. I know there's a handful of extra people watching today. Funny enough, they offered to commission a video, but I don't want them to for this because I would have talked about it anyways because I still need to do my use DOM deep dive. I haven't given it an honest look because I know it's going to just nerd snipe me super hard. But this might end up just being a React Native day between those two. Yeah, data fetching tier list, I still really need to do that one. I'm not going to lie, I kind of just want to nerd out about the project I've spent the last too many months on. The video, I recorded it yesterday. This fucking code base, guys. I built the same app in Rails, Elixir, Go, T3 Stack, and Next RSC. It was so much fucking work. Yo, you use Superhuman, or you got Superhuman? Fuck yeah. Please tell me you used my code. No worries if you didn't, but my link helps. Oh shit, yes. They pay me way more than they should for that. I recently finally overcame the cap of how much money I've spent versus how much they've paid me. So I finally made more off Superhuman than I've paid them. But it looks like my next payout's going to be pretty absurd because a lot of people signed up from it for my browser video, the one about Arc, which I did not expect at all. But I'm pumped that people are doing it and liking it. I couldn't do my job without that product. Superhuman. Yeah, since there's probably people here who haven't heard about it. I think we have the Superhuman command. Yeah, it's good. If you spend more than, I'd say, 5 hours a week doing email, it's worth looking into Superhuman. It's a significant quality of life win if you spend your life in email. It makes it's almost like the iPhone of email and everything else is a BlackBerry. Yeah, if your entire life is email, then I would love to hear your thoughts after using Superhuman for a couple more weeks, Macablue, because it changed my life. It's an email client, yes. It's heavily tied to Gmail, but I think they support Outlook now too. It's the most productive email app. I don't use any of the AI bullshit in it. I wish I could turn it all off, honestly. But this isn't a bullshit thing. It saves me so many hours. It's unbelievable. I used a good bit of Inbox. I used a lot more of whatever the Dropbox one was. I think it was just Inbox or something. What was the name of it? They shut it down and I was pissed. Mailbox, yeah. I loved this app. This was the first one to have the swipe left and right for archive or return later. Magical, life-changing. Dropbox just had no way to position themselves in the email space, so they killed it. And then Inbox by Google was Google's attempt to copy it, and they killed that too. Yeah. Superhuman's better than Inbox ever was. Obviously, it costing money every month sucks, but it's so worth it if you spend your life in email like I do. Timeout. What else do we got? So I didn't miss any big news, right? Yeah, Superhuman's like inbox on crack. I'd say that the big things for me are the filtering is ungodly good. It's so good at making sure only things that actually matter make it to your inbox. Its key bindings are insane. Like your ability to just like whip through email is nuts. Scheduled replies is super handy. I think they added that to Gmail finally, but I abuse scheduled replies because I do a lot of email at like 2 or 3 in the morning. The snippets feature is so good. You press command semicolon. Yeah, you press command semicolon. I have to look down at the keyboard to see what I hit because I just do it. Muscle memory now. When I'm replying to an email, command semicolon, start typing the name of the snippet, hit enter. And the snippet isn't just like it pastes text into the email. It can do a bunch of other things. Like it can change the subject. It can change who's being CC'd and BCC'd. So I have a snippet like, since I do so much, what's it called? Like I do so much sponsor inbound stuff. When somebody hits me up asking about sponsor stuff, I write like a little bit. Oh shit, RSC blog post dropping tomorrow. Okay, then we will delay this one until we have that. But I'm very excited for that blog post. But yeah, the snippets can add people to BCC and CC automatically. So when I have inbound for sponsor stuff, I can just command semicolon type inbound. I just type IN because I only have one named inbound, press enter, and it fills out the rest of the email with all of the details that people need to know about sponsoring my videos and CCs all of the people on my team that they might need to see the reply. It's so convenient. I did not talk about WebStorm being free. Interesting, but I'm not a big WebStorm fan. It's awesome seeing Expo in YouTube chat too. Like, thank you guys for showing up and hanging out. Thoughts on native script? I should look into it more. I've been meaning to. It's been on my list forever. But okay, we need to pick an order of events or I'm not going to get anything done. The other thing I wanted to film today is going to be in here somewhere. Will that move it up? I just want to move it to the top, and I have no idea how to do that, like, trivially. Okay, cool. That works. I need to clear out this list. I'll do that after stream, maybe. NVIDIA's dying's pretty dead at this point. I saw that this is, Oh, I haven't seen this, no. Interesting. Very interesting. Worth taking a look at later. There's a schema relations file generator. Interesting. I'd have to see more, but that doesn't sound too terrible. I've done a bunch of things on Expo, not like a dedicated why you should use Expo type video, but I've done a bunch. Like I had one that was moving off React Native because it was actually somebody moving to Expo from rolling their own React Native. And a nerd snipe is when something gets shown to somebody that's nerdy and they can't stop thinking about that. So like if somebody asks a good question about cameras and then I talk about cameras for 2 hours when I have other things to do, that would be a nerd snipe. What's this one? Oh. Apparently loading pictures is hard. There we go. Face is covering. Accurate. Yeah. Oh, Mac native editor. I was about to say, like, I haven't used Nova in a while. I'm on Cursor now. I was on VS Code before. Cursor's basically VS Code for me, and I've been enjoying it quite a bit. It is what it is. It's fine. I'll reply after stream. I thought I cleared out all the sales emails. When did you send it? If you sent it today, I haven't checked email yet today. If you sent it yesterday, I thought I replied. And if you sent it earlier, then I missed it entirely. Just nudge it. 2 days ago, I should have replied. Yeah, nudge it. I'll get to it after stream. Sorry. Mark is still out, and I usually do sales emails, and I've just been absolutely fucking underwater recently. So sorry for missing that. I'm not going on holiday. I'm going to React Summit, then I'm visiting my family a bit after. But yeah, I'll be out for a while. Let's get like an order of events for today, or I'm not going to get jack shit done. I was going to do it in here. To do today, it is 11. Is it the 13th? Did it actually? I'm annoyed that this is smart enough for that now. AI knows what day of the month it is. Ow. My soul. Okay, so plan BlueSky vid. Dive into at Proto. So that's like the big thing I'm missing for it. Nerd out about one app, 5 stacks a bit. Any other really big news I need to cover? I feel like it's been relatively chill for the last few weeks, which is nice. I'm not complaining. Oh shit, YC apps. Good to hear. SDK 52. Yeah, I need to look into that more. That's the wrong button. No, nope. That could have been bad. Let me close that. Cool. SDK 52, I can look into it, but I'm going to wait on the video until that blog post is out because I want to focus on the RSC side. Expo 52. Yeah, I want to do Cool Tools Part 2 because the first one did really well. It's one of my best performing videos ever. I kind of want to move all these to a separate cool CLI tools I've been using. Yeah, I don't know who's going to sponsor anymore. I hit all my Codecrafters ones. Yeah, I think I'm going to separate the CLI ones out and do cool CLI tools I've been using. Yeah, I think I have that one. Oh, I do have the separate. Cool. I thought so. Let me see. Yep. I fully moved to Ghosty. I still need to look into these other ones. That's why I delayed the terminal one. So I need to set up a 2-in. I've been meaning to for a while. Mies, I have not seen this actually. You have my interest. This goes in the things to look at for sure. Cool. Well, now I definitely need to do that one separate from cool tools. We're going to delete all of the terminal ones. Simple. We'll plan for cool tools part 2. It is really that good. It's so good. Okay, this is enough for like the things I need to explore today. Let me open my DMs here and get the info I need. Send me a right. Cool. There we go. Absolutely not, no. Most services, every user is a row in a database, not a source. Just send me the link, Arter. I'll take a look, but I'm so tired of like UI library number 12 that doesn't get maintained. That was too easy to go back the wrong way. Whatever. Origin UI. This isn't what? Why do you mean this is like this is just not done? I know of Paco. Don't know Davide. It's like, why does this matter? Like, it's cool to have like a selector, but this doesn't seem that much different and a lot less flushed out. I'm waiting for a reply to a DM still. Honestly, might start just watching this because I'm so curious. I want to better understand. Let me do my marker for my camera offset so I don't forget to. I'll do 39, 30, 25. Cool. Offset. Cool. How are we doing numbers-wise? We got plenty here. Decent number on YouTube. Thank you all for coming by. I want to better understand app proto before I cover this. So we're going to watch this. You know what? I'll marker this just in case. Marker Dan at proto talk. Evan's meltdowns about at proto. I have no idea what you're referring to, but yeah, which Evan? The Surrey videos always bomb. I'm curious, but I'm probably just going to look into that in my own time. Let's give this a watch. I'm going to 1.5x it because this probably won't be a video. Oh, that camera cut was actually really cool.
Hi everyone.
Yeah, credit where it's due. That was cool as hell. Wrong button.
My name is Dan Abramov. I work at BlueSky. And at BlueSky, we're building two different things. So one of the things that we're building is a consumer social media app that might remind you of Twitter. And the other thing that we're building is a new internet protocol. And so
God damn it, he just made the thumbnail for me. I'm very happy we watched this because the branding of the video is just HTTP crossed out, HTTPS crossed out at / circled.
If you're like me, the idea of building a new internet protocol might sound a bit weird. Like the protocols I'm familiar with are HTTP, FTP. Haven't really heard of a lot of newer ones since then. So it might sound like when I joined BlueSky, I didn't really understand the protocol part. But this is to talk about the protocol, but I want to talk about the product first, because that's the part that I did understand. And so the way to think about BlueSky, the product, is I kind of think of it as an open source Twitter. So our front end is open source. It's built with Expo. Big thanks to everyone at Expo who made it possible. The first version of the app was actually built by a single person, 3 platforms, 4 months. So yeah, thanks React Native and Expo. But you can think of it like our front end is open source, our back end is also open source. So we're still catching up on features. We're about to add video, hopefully, next week, maybe, if the release goes through the App Store. But it also has some differences from Twitter that I think are kind of caught my attention initially, and were part of the reason why I got interested in this company and this product. And so one of the first things you're going to notice if you join BlueSky is that the username that you get,
having drill on top is so good.
Like if you sign up with your username, you get your username.bsky.social, which means that our usernames are actually just domains. And so this is a bit weird, but it's kind of interesting that you can always swap it out to a domain you own. So for example, my colleague Haley, she owns haleyok.com, so she just swapped it out to be her username. And then I also wanted to call username, so I just bought danabra.mov, because you can have .mov domains now.
You should not be able to have .mov domains or .zip domains. I'm still mad about those, but I am happy Dan got a good one at least.
But aside from like the cute factor, it also has some interesting kind of properties where if you see an account that's at WashingtonPost.com, you know that it's actually Washington Post because that's who owns the Washington Post domain. Or if you see an account ending with .senate.gov, you know that this is U.S. government senator. So that was like the first thing that seemed a bit weird to me. Like usually when you sign up for a social website, you have to pick a username, but this kind of feels like the internet itself is like your username. Another interesting thing about BlueSky is that, like on Twitter, you have these tabs like For You and Following. That is kind of like the built-in algorithms. But the strange thing about BlueSky is you can actually write your own algorithm and plug it into the app. So you can run your own server, like whenever you like, and you can just serve posts from BlueSky, and then you can add that feed to your profile, and then other people can add it to their homepage. So for example, this is a feed called Quiet Posters that is run by my friend, and it shows content from people that I follow who don't post very often. And so this is like an algorithmic feed that's not built into the app, but that's possible to
that is cool.
Kind of add as a third-party thing. And so these are kind of unusual features for a social product, like this kind of relying on domains as a way to sign in.
1.5x, the person asking. This isn't for a video. This is for me researching for a video. You guys are seeing how I do my research.
Or relying on kind of being able to extend the social product with third-party code in a way that really feels cohesive with the app. And the protocol is really, we call it the app protocol. That's really what makes it possible. And so as I kind of did more product development at BlueSky and also just started understanding the protocol side a bit more, I got progressively more excited about it because it started making sense to me. And so I really wanted to, that's kind of how I wanted to do this, this talk about like I think this is kind of like a talk about a few things. It's about the relationship that users have with products and with their data, and also just about the shape of the web and what's kind of interesting about how the web is built. Yeah, so let's talk about the web. How do you put stuff on the web? Right, like there's kind of a very immediate connection where I can write some HTML, and that HTML is written by me. I made it, and I want to put it out there. So how do I do that? Well, if I have a pile of HTML, I just need to put it into a box, right? So I just need to find some computer that's going to host this HTML. I can ask my internet service provider to give me a static IP, and then I can like literally serve it from my home unless my laptop dies. Or I can use a hosting provider that's like either free or paid. But as long as there is some box that contains these files and it can serve them, I can put it on the web. Another thing that I need to put something on the web is a domain. So I need some way for people to refer to to my content so that they can find it. And so maybe I can use a free domain, like GitHub can give me, or maybe I can later buy my own domain. And so with this kind of web model, it's in a way it's very permissionless, right? Like I can just put stuff out there, tell somebody what the address is, and they can find it. And there's a very clear relationship between me, the creator of the content, and the content. And so what I mean by this is like I'm in control of the entire stack. So if I don't like my domain, I can change my domain. I can point that domain to this machine, and then people who know me, they know that this is my domain, and so they can visit my website and they know that it's actually made by me. And also, like if my hosting provider.
Just a general question. I don't have enough App Store data. If Evan Bacon is watching, which is not unlikely, at the very least some of his coworkers are watching, is BlueSky the first ever open source app to hit #1 in the App Store? I think it is. I don't have enough data to be sure, but I think it is. It's apparently #1 US, not world, but I think it might be.
Goes down, or like if I'm not happy with it, or if they start messing with my files, I can just copy and paste them to a different box, right? I can serve them from a different hosting provider. I can change the DNS record to point to the hosting provider, and then again, like I'm fully in control of what I put on the web and kind of how it's presented. And so I can change the stuff over time. I can delete some stuff. That's just how the web works. It's mutable. So
Chrome is open source, something somebody just said. As far as I know, the Chrome for mobile has never even come close. Like, that's hard for me to believe.
I can delete things, I can edit things, I can add new things, and when you visit my site, you still know that this is all the stuff that I put there. And so this is kind of like the traditional model of web development, where we just put some stuff on the web, it's ours, and we can visit each other's sites. And I mentioned that we have to find some boxes where the stuff lives, but really the boxes are not important from the user perspective. And so the reason is that for all we know, like my website and Haley's website could have actually been hosted on a
Ah, shit. Signal and Telegram are both open source, and I'm pretty sure the apps are too, so those are up there.
On the same machine, or they could be hosted on different machines. It really doesn't matter from the user perspective, because really as a user, all you see are these HTML files that can link to each other. And so if you know how to find my site, you know how to find my site. And so one of the things that, if you've been on the internet for long enough, you might remember in the early internet, there was this concept of guest books. Like you could go to somebody's website, and there would be like a section where you could say like, hey there, and kind of leave a comment. And like, Haley could visit my website, and like I could visit Haley's website. And that is like one mode of social interaction on early web that was fairly popular. But again, like people, we don't just want to put stuff on the internet for ourselves. We want to be with other people. And so we want to be in shared social spaces. Right, and I mean, like we can visiting each other's site is kind of like go into somebody's home, but a lot of social interaction actually happens in shared spaces, just like we are in a shared space today. And so shared spaces, they tend to have some kind of social rules. If you don't follow those rules, you will get kicked out. They have some kind of shared context around them, and we can hang out in them together. And so naturally, there was a lot of desire to also have this kind of social interaction on the web. And so in order to feed that into the web model, again, well, you have to find a box where the stuff should live. And the box, it has some kind of domain, like whoever administers this box, whichever brand it has. And so this kind of led to the rise of social networks like Facebook. And maybe there are some other kinds of boxes like Twitter with a slightly different format. But one thing that is kind of interesting here is now we are inside the boxes. Like remember, we used to be outside the box, and we just put some stuff out there and it linked to each other. And now we are in the box. And it may sound like some kind of idealistic distinction about like owning your data, and like that is such a nebulous concept. Like what does it mean exactly? But I think there's actually like a really kind of practical consequences of that. So one consequence is that if a product goes away, disappears, dies, I mean, it's unlikely to happen with Facebook, but if you've been on the internet for a couple of years, you must have had the situation where you invested a bunch of time into some product, into creating some data for that thing, and then it just shut down. So that's kind of sad, And the other thing that can happen is that products can change. They can change their direction. They can change their business model. They can change a lot of things, and you might agree with some of them. You might disagree with some other changes, but you really don't have a lot of say in what happens because you're inside the box. And European Union says that well, like you should be able to vote with your feet. You should be able to take your data with you. There's like a law that says that websites should offer to export data. And actually, I had to do this once because so this is my second Twitter account. I used to have Dan Abramov, and then that account just got shadow banned. And I didn't even know, like I didn't think shadow banning was like a real thing. Turns out that it is. My tweets just stopped showing up in the For You algorithmic feed, and that's the only feed that you have on Twitter. So there isn't really much kind of flexibility to experiment with what's going on there. And so I made a second account, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to delete the first one. So I decided to export all my data from the first account, just so I have it for memories.
My one issue with Dan deleting his stuff is there is so much like useful history and resources that were Dan's Twitter that are gone now. I'm happy he has the archive. I hope he posts that archive someday because there are useful, important things in there. Oh shit, Aussie Boy just gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it, like genuinely.
And so it took a few days.
Oh, I figured out what's causing the echo. God damn it. I have to reroute some shit. Fuck. That's annoying as hell. How do I want to fix that? I need to fix that now or it's going to be annoying later. Give me 1 second. I have to reroute something. I'll let this keep playing while I do that. Oops.
Actually, but then Twitter emailed me this archive of 100 megabytes of JSON of my tweets. But the thing is, it's that data, right? It's completely torn out of its context. Like, what do I do with it? Like, do I print it on the wall? Do I hand it to friends? Do I make a kind of RIP website for my Twitter presence? This data is dead. And so the question is, who killed it? Is this person in the room with us right now? Well, as developers, we actually kill data all the time. And as an example, here's like a little function, and when you enter the function, it asks you something, and then it stores it in the post variable. And then when it leaves the function, that post variable is dead because it's ephemeral. And in a lot of cases, that's actually what you want. You want the data to disappear because no one can need it. But sometimes you want it to kind of hold on a little bit longer. So in React, there's this concept of componentry. You need to find something to attach the data to so that it can survive. And so in React, you can use state for this. You can put some data into state, and then it will persist for as long as the component is mounted, right? So basically, you can do this. But what if the component gets unmounted? Well, then the data is dead again. And again, in a lot of cases, that's actually what you want. You want it to be ephemeral. But if it's something like a post, I maybe want it to persist a bit longer. So if you learn React, one of the kind of first things that you learn, first techniques that you learn in React is lift and state up. So it's this concept that you can take a piece of data. If you want to extend its lifetime, you just lift it up to something that lives a bit longer. So you lift it up to the parent component. And then if the child, it still propagates down the child components. But then if one of those child components disappears, then it's actually fine. The data is kept alive. And then if it mounts later, it still has access to this data. But of course, all of this happens inside a browser tab. And what happens if the user closes the browser? Well, the data is gone. Which is maybe fine if you want it to be ephemeral. But if you want, if it's like a draft of a blog post you're writing, you probably want it to persist across closing the tab. You also probably want it to be synchronized between different tabs. So you might want to lift it up again into an API like local storage. So if you lift it up to local storage, then it will persist across closing the tab. And if the user closes the tab, then it's actually fine because they can open another tab and it's still going to be there. Of course, all of this happens inside of a computer.
Okay, I'm fighting audio shit. Is my audio still fine? Does anything sound different? I just changed my audio device. Everything sounds identical to how it did right before I changed that, right? Cool.
Computers get old.
And that fixed it. Nice.
So you don't want your blog post to disappear when your computer goes down. You might want to buy a couple of new computers, maybe in different form factors. And also, if it's something like a like a blog post or a social media post, you probably want to share it with your friends who also have different computers. So you somehow have to get this information on all of those computers. And so there are different ways to solve it, but the simplest way is just to get a server, right? And then we lift the state up from the computer to the server, and the server becomes the source of truth. And so that is kind of like terminal state in a way. That's kind of like where the story usually ends, because a server is something you can run forever. It's just there, so it stores information. It kind of solves the problem. But you're still inside a product. So what happens if your product dies, or what happens if the product changes in a super significant way? What happens to the user data? Again, it goes away or it becomes dead. And it's not really something you can fix if you think about it from the developer's perspective, because like when we're in this like developer box, we're thinking, oh, like this this database is like part of my job. Then I change jobs. I don't care anymore. Like what happens to it? But if you take off the developer hat and put on the user hat, it doesn't really make sense. And so I think you kind of need to step outside and think, like when I post something, what is the actual source of truth for what I'm posting? Like, is it some server? And I think it isn't. It's really the user is the source of truth. So if I post something, conceptually, it's really it's my post. Like when I post something on Twitter, it's not Twitter's my post. It's my Twitter post. And so the question is, what if we could lift state up one more time? So what if there was a layer kind of above the products that was user controlled, that was product agnostic, and that was shaped like the web? And so this is we call it the atmosphere, like ad protocol atmosphere. It's kind of cute. So let's have a look at how this could work. So I have a little So this is my BlueSky profile page, and I'm just going to make a little post. I hope that the internet works. Hello there from a live demo. It came through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. It came through. And so you can see, it's just like I'm just posting. But there's actually another way to look at this data. So let me expand this a little bit. So this is the ad protocol browser. This is not something we built. It's something an open source contributor has built. It's like 70 lines of code. It uses our SDK.
Fucking Tom Sherman. This dude pops up everywhere. He's so locked in, just deep on all things like React and React adjacent. Not surprised he's the one who threw this up.
But this is a way to see what data is stored in the atmosphere. So let's go to @denabramov and see what's out there. So there's a few things going on here. One you see is that denabramov is my kind of nice handle, my domain name handle. There's also a identifier that's persistent. So this I can change my domain later, so I'm not tied to this domain, but this is like my actual identity. But then it's hard to read, so you can think of this as my identity. And then there's a bunch of stuff here. So we'll look at this stuff a bit later. There's also a little bit of JSON that just represents who I am, like that represents what is @denabramov. And so you can see that there's a field that says this is my kind of alias. So this is denabramov is my handle. There's a key that says this is my public key, which is as a user you probably don't care about this, but then this lets you verify that anything in this repository was actually signed by me and like written by me. And not tampered with. And then the last thing that I want to point to here is that this is my service endpoint. And so this is where the data is actually stored. We can actually click on this, and it's just an HTTP server. I'm not going to like actually hit its routes, but it's open source, so you can see source code. So this server is operated by BlueSky. So my data, like my hosting, is by BlueSky, the company. But because we provide a Docker container for this server, and it's just TypeScript, so you could actually run it yourself. Also, it's a spec, so you could also implement it yourself if you want to against the spec. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual data. So you can see it's kind of separated into collections. If you use something like Firebase, I think it kind of feels similar. They're namespaced based on reverse domain. So bsky.app is our application domain, so it's in the reverse as app.bsky.post or like. So all the information that I create for BlueSky is actually in the atmosphere under these collections. And so if I go into post, and these are my post records, and this is the most recent one. Hello there from a live demo. Yay, it worked. And you can see if I post something again, it actually appears right here. And so this is my second post. So yeah, let's have a look at, so here's Haley's profile. And Haley also has a bunch of posts. So we can take a look at haleyok.com. Note that they're not actually hosted at haleyok.com. So
Quick thing, if somebody's down to find me a good source, I would love to showcase some of the history of Twitter originally being built on the idea of it being a somewhat open standard. Because I know that was something Jack was big on, and a lot of like the original design was focused on. That's why the Twitter API was so good for so long. And then it slowly started to fall apart, and then the acquisition happened and it entirely fell apart. I would love some logs of that. If anybody can think of something they saw a while back that touches on Twitter's original intent there, that would be really useful for me.
domains, they just act as kind of user-readable aliases. The actual host is, again, it's specified here. And in this case, you can see that Haley actually hosts her own data on her own server. So she runs the Docker container that we distribute. And I'm talking to Haley's server now. And so we can see here are Haley's posts. Again, my information is in my repository, and then Haley's information is in Haley's repository. Yeah, so one thing you might notice here, if I go back to my profile here, is that not all of this stuff is related to BlueSky. So there's something called events.smokesignal.calendar.rsvp.
These are exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, guys. I hope this one has receipts from... This is very useful. Yes, thank you.
And this is because there's another app that's built on Atmosphere and on AdProtocol, and I can actually log into that app. So let me log into with my username, which is just my domain. And so that's going to go to my hosting server. It's just OAuth just like you can log in with Google. And this is kind of like meetup.com. I mean, it's a very rudimentary app. Somebody just built it a couple of weeks ago. But here's a tech talk that I want to attend. So I'm going to say that I'm going to this tech talk. So it says that, OK, I RSVP to it. And then if I go to Dan Abramov event smoke signal calendar RSVP, here's a record. And so it says that I am going to this event, which is created by the author of whoever created this event. In this case, it's the AdProtocol Dev community group.
OK, my thoughts are forming. On one hand, thank you guys all for the sources. This is super helpful. But yeah, on one hand, I feel like this is like the nerd's dream internet, where like people who are nerdy like us are going to love this type of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily apply to average users. But on the other hand, that's how the internet started in the first place. So yeah.
So let's do a little overview of what we've seen so far. So we have this repositories. You can change the domain name handle. You can change the actual place where they're hosted. And they hold collections of JSON. And the JSON is application specific. So we're not trying to do the galaxy brain of like universal formats although like you could put that there as well if you wanted to. But like BlueSky posts, the schema for those are defined by the BlueSky application. Smoke signal RSVP is defined by smoke signal. And it kind of reminds you of this relationship where the stuff that you host is really yours. You can change it, delete it, and there's like a way to prove that it actually was something that you put out there. Another interesting thing is that these things can kind of link to each other. So one record can link to another record using these @URIs. So we can see if I go to Haley's profile and I like Haley's post, I'm still writing to my repository. So we don't write to other people's repositories. I'm writing to my repository because the fact that I like something is my data. And so if I go back to Dan Abramov, and I go to my collection of likes, my most recent like, it's a record of the type like.
So as Twitter hides likes more and more, BlueSky publishes them with like an RSS feed. That's funny.
The thing that I liked is a record of type bsky.post by Haley. Oh, there's a video there. We don't show the video. Oh, it's a test video thread, so that's why it doesn't show up in the app yet. So these things can link to each other, and kind of like pages can link to each other on the web, except it's pieces of JSON. And of course, like things can be removed. Like we don't want social media to be immutable. We want it to be mutable. So links can go dead as well, and that is something the application has to deal with. And so we have this kind of interesting like approach where the data is stored in these repositories that are hosted somewhere, but then we want to get them into our backend, right? We don't want to query different pieces of the web just to get some information down there. We want it to be cached, available on our backend. So how do we get this stuff on our backend? because we want to produce this aggregated view over these over these inputs. And so we can look for inspiration again, like at the web. It's like, have you ever used Google search? How does Google show information from different websites on a single page? Well, it just aggregates them. It crawls them, indexes them, and then that index is what's being consulted when you query something with Google. So we could do something similar. We could just have the records, and something was added, something was deleted, something was changed, aggregate that into our backend. Of course, if we have 6 million users, then there's going to be 6 million repositories. So you probably don't want to have your backend listen to 6 million WebSockets. So we actually in order to aggregate all of this stuff, we actually run a node that aggregates and caches the content from the entire network. So it's actually not super expensive to run. If you wanted to run a similar node yourself with the current volume of the network, it would take like $150 a month. So it's not super expensive. But we run a node like this. It aggregates the content from the entire network. It caches it, and then your backend can just listen to it can crawl it, so you can actually like enumerate everything that's stored on the network, and you can also subscribe to by WebSocket to receive the event log of everything that's happening. And so there are some ways to scale it further, but for now.
They still have Firehose. Ooh, Twitter killed Firehose a long time ago.
Now this is working pretty well with 500K daily users. And so from that point on, it's really a traditional client-server architecture. So we're not changing anything about how the client talks to the server. That is just normal web development. The only new part is really that there's another input into your backend. There's like your backend has a backend, and it's controlled by the user. Okay, let's recap because that was a lot. So in the early web, we used to put this stuff. We had the direct connection to the stuff that we put out there. But we want to hang out together. We want to be in these social spaces. And so in order to feed that into the model of the web, we had to get inside the box. But products change. Products die. Products change in ways we don't expect. And we can download an archive of 100 megabytes, but that's just dead JSON. We can't really do anything meaningful with it collectively. And so what if instead there was a layer on top of the web that was product agnostic, that was user controlled, and that was shaped like the web, where we could put pieces of JSON with the types defined by applications. And so these pieces of JSON could link to each other just like pages can link to each other on the web. And then we would need some way to aggregate this stuff on the server. And so in order to scale it up, we could also add some kind of aggregation and caching. And because all the records are signed, you don't actually need to trust that the cache is not lying to you, because you can cryptographically verify that it was signed by the original person who owns the identity. And from that point on, it's just normal web development. So we know that this works because we actually have an app in production that is built this way. So it's the BlueSky app. But we're
I just remembered a quote I have to write down for another video, how apps and web differ. Random things. I want to get this quote. It was, we didn't decide if we wanted React Native to be a way for web devs to make mobile apps, or a unified toolkit for mobile dev. And it hurt.
we're starting, so we just revamped our website to kind of, we published a tutorial for how to build apps.
Oh, hey, Gabriel. We're just doing research right now for the App Proto video. Oh, you can see the fire hose. Oh, shit. That's actually really cool. Thank you for that link. Into here that goes for sure. Yeah, Dan's very realistic. I like it a lot.
On the atmosphere. There's a couple of people already figured it out before we documented it, which is, I don't know how they figured it out, but this smoke signal site is like a way to kind of like meetup.com in very early stage. And then this front page .fyi is kind of like a Hacker News clone that's built on Proto. So there are already apps that work this way. And what's interesting, and really the key part of it, is that all events go to all consumers. And it may take a little bit to process like the implications of this, but this is really the most interesting part. So when I create a BlueSky post, it goes to the relay, so this node that we run that caches and retransmits content, and then it goes to all the backends, all the application backends that are completely independent, have nothing to do with us, that care about this information. And even if they're not related to BlueSky. So for example, the Hacker News clone front page doesn't care about BlueSky posts, so it just ignores it. And then the BlueSky application actually cares about BlueSky posts, so it saves it into our database. And then Smoke Signal doesn't currently care about BlueSky posts, but one thing they could do is they could, for example, start listening to BlueSky post records that mention that have a link to an event, and then display these records as a comments section on the events page. And they don't need to query any API to do that, because it will just go into their database, and they can just query the database that they run to do that. And so this really, if more products were built this way, it really changes the shape and the kind of like the kind of things that you can do between products. So one thing you can do, for example, is you could build plugins to social apps. So for example, like Twitter had these plugins like unfollowing people who haven't posted in a while or something like this, and you needed Twitter's API access for this. But here, as long as the user grants access, that app can just write to those records. And so the BlueSky app will react.
Okay, I think I got most of the core points from this. Yeah. Let's structure this one, because this is going to be hard to make a video. Oh, Expo signals hit #1 multiple times. Okay, good to go. Or good to know. Thank you, Expo. I not got my DM, but I have enough sources here. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to read these threads quick. Then we're going to sketch out like a rough order of events for the video, and then we're going to film it. You can host your data. It's just JSON. It's type, but any app dev can invent those types. Records have URIs. Records are signed, so cacheable without trust. Relay aggregates everyone's events into a global stream. Backend subscribe to Relay and update local DBs. That's a funny reply. Data profile record, get record. Oh, fuck. Typoed. Okay, I think it's clicking in my head. Talk about having characterized. Interesting. I don't want to talk about other Fediverse stuff in this. I don't really care. Want to go through the history quick, get this down. Open. Okay. Let me. Very good info here. That seems less good of info. Anything in here I really need to include? Okay, I think I have everything I need here. I'm going to keep this open. And I'm going to close. There's no notion of instances. Hosting without any cooperation from previous host. Apps, different app proto. Yep. This seems fun and something like I want to read later, but not something that's the best fit for this. And I need to get to their GitHub. Oh, you have something for me, Addy. Let's take a look. Good start. Guess not. Links bad, add a dot at the end. Ah, that would do it. Protos Federation model. So if I wanted to make something new and at Proto, the data has to be hosted somewhere, and my like domain has to resolve let's I just want to see what it's actually like to add my own thing. Like, it's just the text record, right? So the collection, do you do anything to verify the like domain that this collection is sourcing? Like, where does this come from? Okay, PDS is hosting it. So I could put literally anything here. Schemas and lexicon. RSC methods. Okay. So all of the data is being stored in PDS, right? Which is a free host, effectively, that BlueSky is hosting for us right now. Is that understanding correct? So if I wanted to just go make a blog using this, I could create my own lexicon and schema and use the existing PDS to just host different data. Is that correct? Like, I don't have to bring my own store. The store, like I can use this existing open protocol for free. And LRS can put data on that PDS. That makes sense. Cool. That's what I was looking for. Cool. We got at proto. I want to get all the repos up. Jesus. Okay. Source. Is it using React navigation or is it using Expo router? Looks like it's using React navigation. Okay. Screens. Home. No feeds pinned. Feeds. No. It's fun to see the main feed, but the only things in feeds are those. Is there a... I'm breaking my own rules. You're supposed to read a code base via pull request, not via the code tab. This is my mistake. Skill issue on my part. No feeds of any type. Actually curious about the queries. Feed page DSX. Oh, GitHub. Open view file. Hydrate feed generator. Hydrate lists. Use feed source info query. Got popular feeds query is an infinite query. Ha ha ha. BlueSky unspec at popular feed generators. This is some good some good React code. Cool. Okay, I've seen a lot. The feed page is what I was looking for. Cool. And the feed component, where's this coming from? /post/feed. Post. Feed. post feed query. Effect. Okay. Structure. Let's start figuring out how I'm actually going to turn this into a goddamn video. An open source app just hit #1 on the App Store, and there's a lot to talk about here. BlueSky is awesome. It started as an open platform within Twitter, but quickly became an independent company. Now people are flocking to it. Okay, how much do I want to go in detail on like what made Twitter successful originally? Twitter's success was the promise, came from the API and promise of an open standard. BlueSky started, Jack started BlueSky as CEO of Twitter to try and bring back that open and try and make the open standard goal happen. Elon didn't like that when he took over. BlueSky is independent now. Okay, enough history. Let's dive into how it actually works. And then there's the 3 core parts. The app, React Native plus Expo. The servers, who cares? At Proto, the cool part. So what I'm realizing now is at Proto might be its own video. Like the right thing to do here is make at Proto a video of its own. And no, I don't mean X, smartass. Jack Dorsey was never CEO of X. He was CEO of Twitter. Nothing I said here is inaccurate, even if you're going to be anal about the name of the platform. Material icons for GitHub? That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard of, Random Passenger 9. I'm sorry. I think I'll do a brief overview of all of these as the first video. We'll see how this goes. And if it does well, I'll come back and do a dedicated at Proto video because the branding for that is so strong. Oh, is such an actually cool? All I saw was the name Material Icons for GitHub. Oh, it's for the actual file things. How does it determine what to put there, though? Just by the name of the folders? This is open source, right? Okay, cool. It's open source. I'll give it a shot. Sorry for being harsh initially. I thought it was going to be like the icons on top, which I would have hated, but if it's the folder icons, that's better. My bad. Sorry for being harsh. Jay Graber for what specifically? Oh, for BlueSky. Any source that credits him that I can pull up. Because I'm not going to be good at crediting people for this. There's too much shit flew around for this to be easy to properly credit. Okay, I don't think I need this anymore. I'll keep this around in case I do. Come on, wrong way. These will keep around because they're fun. I'll move these lower. Cool. This is the right starting point. Okay. Theo. Oh, she's the CEO. Okay, cool. How'd she become CEO? She started it? Oh. Is there any info on when she started working on it? So she was one of like the original 5 or whatever Jack was talking about here. Oh, so this is like literally the start. She was brought in to lead it and start it. Okay. Okay. I know where to fit this then. I don't need that anymore. Okay. I think I have my order of events. Others submitted proposals, but hers won. Dope. Okay. Many submitted proposals. J1 started dev for real in 2019 with Twitter's money. Cool. I think I have everything I need here. Cool. Whew. Feeling ready to go. Anything over here that I missed that's important? I'm doing it. BlueSky is number what did I name it here? Blue Sky Success. Let's call it that for now for our markers. I'm feeling pretty ready to go. Let's do it. Okay, how's my hair? It's a bit of a mess. That's fine. Nothing I'm too upset about. Should have ironed my shirt, but too late for that now, right? God, it's much wrinklier than I would have liked. Whatever. An open source app just hit #1 on the App Store, and I couldn't be more excited. It's awesome seeing how apps actually work and all the cool stuff going on underneath. In case you haven't been keeping up, the app is BlueSky, an alternative to Twitter that has a really interesting history. I want to dive into the history, why this app is finding success, as well as the tech behind it and what we can all learn from it. I think it's a really cool project. I've been using the app for a while now. Follow me over there, by the way, at t3.gg. But first, we need to understand the history. Before that, though, we need a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So, it's important to understand where BlueSky came from because obviously it's a Twitter alternative. But what you might not have known is this Twitter alternative started at Twitter. Yes, Jack, the original CEO of Twitter, made a post back in 2019 about funding a small independent team of up to 5 open source architects to build a new open standard. Jack always wanted Twitter to be relatively open, and a lot of Twitter's earlier success came from those APIs. Jack always wanted Twitter to be an open platform some amount, and a lot of Twitter's early success came from the APIs. Originally, back in 2007, you could just SMS send a tweet to a random phone number that they had, and that was how you would post on mobile before smartphones were a thing. That's also why the character limit originally existed, so you could get tweets back and forth over SMS with the same character limits. Over time, the API became pretty good, and people started using that for all sorts of things, and a lot of Twitter's original success came from the use of those APIs. Obviously, since then, the APIs have been slowly walked back, especially now since that logo changed. The APIs are a lot less accessible, and now they cost a lot of money. Thankfully, BlueSky went the other way, and it's a much more open standard, lets you do even more stuff. But the history of how we got here is interesting. As we're showing here, originally, Twitter funded it. They asked for a proposal from... How do I want to word this point? This was a request for proposals, for people to submit what they think this new open solution could look like. And a developer named Jay Graber was the winner. Hopefully I pronounced her last name right. She came in with a great proposal and quickly took over, and starting in 2021, became the CEO of this new project, BlueSky. What do I have next in my notes? I think I have... Did I close the link that had the, when the things got canceled? I had that up at some point. Let me just reopen a shitload of things until I find it. Don't need that or that, that, or that. I didn't reopen enough things. Okay, here we are. Close. I'll throw this in my sources so I have it. Cool. For various reasons, BlueSky quickly became an independent company, but they were still getting their funding from Twitter up until a certain acquisition happened and that funding dried up. They've since been able to secure independent funding and seem to be doing well overall. I don't know too much about the funding situation or even if they've been public about it. What they have been public about is all of the tech and all of the code that actually makes the platform work. And the results are quite cool. I've seen some awesome things being built on top of it. Here. Let me zoom to 180. Cool. Oh, I know why. Let me go back to... I know what I did. There we go. Actually, I kind of like that because it keeps the UI a little more out of the way. Yeah, we'll go with that. How BlueSky works. I want to break apart the three pieces that contribute to BlueSky so that we can look at them and talk about them in a more direct way. The part that you guys are probably thinking of when I say it's an open source app that just hit #1 on the App Store is the app itself, which in this case is a React Native app using Expo, both for native on iOS and Android, as well as for web, which has really interesting pieces to dig into. There is the BlueSky servers, which I'm pretty sure are open source. I'd be surprised if they weren't, but this part isn't that interesting. We might dive into it a bit, but the most interesting part here, at Proto. Actually, I'll put this here. The most interesting part, at Proto. There's a lot to dive into here. It's a new way of thinking of how data is routed on the web. It's almost like a sequel to RSS in a lot of ways, and I think it's really, really cool. So yeah, we have a lot to dive into there. So yeah, we have a lot to dive into here, but let's get started with the app. Editor's note, I mentioned something about not knowing how their funding happened. We do, so cut that out and put this part there. Thankfully, I don't have to rely on Twitter for funding anymore because they raised $15 million in their Series A and they plan to launch subscriptions at some point. Awesome. They had a seed raise before that for 8 mil and they just raised another 15. That was October of this year. Cool. So they're in a pretty good spot. They got plenty of cash and they're building something really cool here. I want the source, and my source is cool. How do we go next? Let's pull up the app. I want main. Cool. Here it is, the React Native app. The whole thing is just here on GitHub for anyone to do whatever they want with. The web version, iOS version, and Android version are all served from here. So yes, that does mean they're using React Native for web, which has benefits and negatives. I'll be honest, the website works plenty fine. It's actually kind of funny that they're using React Native for web. If you're not familiar, I should do a quick overview of what React Native for web is before we go too deep here, because I'll get lost in the sauce otherwise. With traditional React, how do I want to diagram this? I know. We're going to draw a DOM tree. Okay. Let's do React virtual DOM. Good enough. Okay. I've covered the relationship between React and the actual DOM a few times by now. This is meant to be a super quick overview. Effectively, with React, you have your virtual representation of what every node on the page is, and those are represented in this thing called the virtual DOM. And every element here maps directly to something on the HTML side. So when it changes, React will check what changed in that virtual layer and then take whatever the differences are and apply those to the actual DOM. the thing that does this transition and this translation between the virtual representation of the components and the actual DOM, it's a lot of layers, but an important layer to understand is one called React DOM. Whenever you're using something like body or nav or any of these HTML elements in your React code, that's coming from React DOM. And if you're using React to build a web app, you have React DOM installed. Whether or not you know it, it is one of those packages that is doing that. React Native is an alternative to React DOM that allows for React code to render to things that aren't just normal DOM HTML stuff. That's why when you look at React Native code, you don't have div or span. Instead, you have text and view. Should be the opposite order. You get the point. But this also means if you want to render text in a React Native app, you have to wrap it in text. You can't just dump it wherever like you can in HTML. And if you want a view, works kind of like div, not fully. The reason for this is if you have a concept of text or view, these can be different things in different platforms. On iOS, it can work one way, and on Android, it can work a different way. But what about web? Well, it turns out you can just turn the view into div and the text into span, and it works on web as well. This discovery happened, believe it or not, at Twitter. Because Twitter, despite not using React Native for mobile, wanted to rebuild their web app. And the goal of rebuilding the web app was to make a code base anyone could confidently contribute to without doing something that they had determined was not good, even if though it's part of web standards. One of the issues with the web is since the protocol and the standard for the web is so absurdly large, like horrifyingly large, it's a little bit too easy to footgun yourself and do things in ways that don't make sense. Like if I'm building a React app using React DOM, I can still stuff a marquee tag in or a center tag in or use these other elements that you almost certainly shouldn't be using anymore. But React Native is a layer. So you can't just call div in React Native. You can't just call marquee in React Native. Which means if you build a React Native binding for web, you can restrict the subset of things that developers are allowed to do. And the reason React Native for web started at Twitter was with that goal in mind. It was to let the platform people build the subset of things on the web that they wanted Twitter employees to be able to do and use, using React Native as the layer on top. So believe it or not, Twitter's website uses React Native and their mobile apps use native technologies, no React at all. Just always thought that was interesting, especially because that's the history of where React Native for web came from. And what's even more interesting now is with BlueSky, they're building everything with React Native, both the mobile apps as well as the web. There are more complications. It's not as simple as swapping the types of elements around. Something that I feel like doesn't get talked about enough, and I've honestly planned on doing a video on this for a while, is how routing works. With the web, you have one stack. So if I go to like my profile, let's say I'm using BlueSky. So I go to bluesky.app/t3.gg. Is that how it'll work? Will that work? It will not. Okay, what's my profile URL? /profile/t3gg. Okay, cool. We'll use that. So if I go to my profile on BlueSky, for example, and then I see a post that I like, I'll click that post. And imagine that this is a stack. So in that stack, I now have a new element on top that is, let's get the actual URL for one. Profile, here's a post of mine. So now I have this post above it in the stack. Above that, let's say I click somebody else's reply, or I see somebody else reply and I go to their profile instead. Let's say I go to Jane's profile. Now this is my stack for my history in the browser. I went from profile to my post to Jane's profile. And when I click the back button, we're effectively just taking things off of this stack. All makes sense so far. Where things start to differ between web and mobile is when you start doing other things here. Like if I go to replies on web, what's going to happen, and I'm Pretty sure they're doing it this way here. I'm just going to confirm by pasting. They don't do anything, actually. Cool. So this is very much built the native way. I'm happy to use this example because I just changed tabs here from posts to replies. And if I refresh, it's going to bring me back to posts because this state isn't part of my history. It's not part of the URL. And there's a reason for this. It's a very interesting one, too. The reason that this is the case is because mobile navigation works fundamentally differently. The stack isn't just a history of URLs, and the stack isn't just one direction up and down. You can also go left and right when you hit a certain point. I've wanted to do a video just about this for a while, so I'm not going to go too in-depth here. If you think I should do a deep video covering how this stuff works, let me know. But the quick TLDR is when you get to the profile point and you switch between replies and media, you're just moving horizontally on that current part of the stack. And then when you hit back or go back by swiping, you haven't added more to your history. You've just changed where you are in that point in the history. Wait, Final Cut Pro 11? What? What? Okay, interruption. Fuck everything else. I don't even care if I get demonetized for the music. I'm so hyped. I shit you guys not. I shot for 3 hours yesterday. Fuck, I'm accidentally muted. I would have shot the thing I shot for 3 hours yesterday entirely differently if these features were already out. Holy fuck. Magnetic mask on effects? What?
Henry Ford famously said.
A cap. I could fucking cry. Fuck. I don't think you guys understand how emotionally attached I am to Final Cut. Fuck. Fuck.
He said that auto racing started as
Are you fucking kidding me? What was the track workflow they were doing there? Tagging is huge. This is the thing I don't know. What the fuck is the graying there? Oh, you can break it up by category. Oh, God. You don't have to rebuy. They just give you updates for free. I'm almost positive. If not, I'm rebuying right now. I was going to go leave a comment. Oh, God. I haven't been this excited about a piece of software for so long. Fuck. I might end early so I can go do some editing and play around. Thank you. Who linked that? Or who told me that happened and linked it? Matt, thank you. Sorry that you distracted me from the video you wanted me to make. Like, I could actually cry. I was so scared Final Cut was dead. Apple has not been putting enough into it. Clearly, they were waiting to do this. I never thought we would see Final Cut Pro 11. Fuck. Like, I don't think I would have stayed a YouTuber if it wasn't for Final Cut. This program is the reason I didn't just do editing, but I started to like editing. And hell, I fucking love it. Final Cut made me fall in love with making video again. And I was so scared it was going to slowly die. I was so scared I'd eventually stop editing because Final Cut itself just stopped being maintained. This is so good. This is so awesome to see. All of these are things they already did. Final Cut camera, whatever. Cool. The main thing seemed to be the captions and magnetic mask. Smart conform. What? Do they have a one-click make this a TikTok button? I'm so hyped. Fuck yes. Someone asked what's their tape. Sorry, Expo. It's always been a 90-day free trial. They've always been like way too generous about that. And they have an infinite free trial if you go to the Apple Store and just copy the app off of the like applications folder. You can just put it on a flash drive and use it on your computer. There is zero DRM. Like there is zero DRM on Final Cut. You can just get the app from a friend if they bought it. I will send you the Final Cut Pro 11 app later. Addy, you still have the 90-day trial. Just go use that for now. God, fuck. Thank you for the nerd snipe. I'm sorry that I just sidetracked that long. I fucking love this software. I don't think you guys understand how much or how important Final Cut is to me. I was still in the routing thing, right? Yeah. I've been meaning to do a dedicated video on how native apps and web apps differ, not like technically speaking, but on like the fundamental navigation levels, the primitive levels, and all of these parts. And routing is one of the most important pieces of this. So I think this, hopefully, the way the left and right part here works can give you a taste of what that long video would look like. Again, let me know in the comments if I should do that video. It's one I've been thinking about for a while, and even have a few people from my team who've been pressuring me to do it. So yeah. I will stop sidetracking on that part and instead focus on the app itself because the whole thing is open source and on GitHub. And there's a lot of cool things to learn here, not just for like us as devs that want to make more cool apps, but more importantly for the React Native community and the React Native team itself. BlueSky was one of the first apps to go all in on the new React compiler so they could get the performance wins. And even though, retake on this whole section, there's a lot we can learn from this app. And not just us, like devs making apps, but even the React Native team itself. Because Dan Abramov now works full-time on BlueSky and has been both finding things that are important for actually building apps with React and React Native, as well as being willing to dogfood some of the really cool new things happening, specifically the React compiler. BlueSky was one of the first apps on the App Store that went all in on React compiler, and they saw some good, serious performance wins. But they've also found some issues with React Native itself, like the input stuff that I did a video about a few weeks before. The controlled inputs performance problems were killing the app, which is why Dan Abramov went on the huge, I don't want to say tirade, because that sounds derogatory in a way I don't mean for it to, but his arc of calling out the performance issues with controlled inputs started because of the work he's doing here. React itself is getting better as a result of the work BlueSky is doing, and it's awesome to see. And there's a lot we can learn. Enough of that stuff, though. Let's actually take a look at the things that are interesting. I know I say start your work in a new repo going to the pull requests tab, not the code tab, but at the very least I want to look at the dependencies because there's some important things here. We have Expo HTML elements, Expo Webpack config. I'm sure we got a lot more Expo if we scroll a bit. here we are. Notice that. We got Expo itself as well as all of these. If you're not already familiar with Expo, you can think of them kind of like the Next and the Vercel of React Native. It's genuinely really hard to use React Native without Expo. I wouldn't even recommend using React Native without Expo at this point. It's so hilariously easy to spin up an app and also get it to the App Store. And they've done all of this shared work that's obnoxious. Everything from taking that React Native bundle and turning that into an app, to the actual App Store submission process, to building all of the native things in a way that we can access them through JavaScript. One of my favorite things to scroll through every once in a while. Come on, DNS, do your job. The DNS for DuckDuckGo has been destroyed recently for me. One of my favorite things to read through whenever I'm feeling like too good about my code and I want to be insecure again is the packages folder on the Expo GitHub. The number of things they have built is unbelievable. Everything from like, you want to detect faces in your app. Expo Face Detector will use the native SDKs on iOS and Android to give you face detection. If you want to have haptics in your app, Expo Haptics will call the right native APIs to make things buzz when you hit them on the phone. If you want to have images or an image picker or hell, an image manipulator, all of these things have native tools on iOS and Android that are otherwise obnoxious to build the bindings for, and they've just built them for you. The blue pill moment for me with Expo was when I was using it to build an app at a small startup I worked at a few years ago. And I had a native Android dev who's also really good at iOS dev that I was starting to show the benefits of React Native to. This particular dev was a nerd about AV stuff. He was deep in the audio video playback world on iOS and Android, and he had really strong opinions about the right way to play back video. So I showed him Expo AV. I was just like, hey, just want to make sure this package is good enough for what we're doing here. And he went in and he did a full audit of the Android code. And if I recall, I want to remember the name of the module. Maybe it'll be in here. There's a specific AV package on Android that they're using that he was really hyped to see. If the Expo folks hanging out here happen to know the name of the thing I'm talking about or where I could find it, that would be cool. Expo AV's changed a lot. Okay, good to know. I think it might have been this. No? Nothing from them. That was a risky search. Fair point. The video part of Expo AV is deprecated? What? Is there a separate thing now? Oh, apparently Expo Video is a new one. Okay. I can't remember. I'm going to finish my original version of the tangent. Okay. A big blue pill moment for me was when I was diving deeper into Expo at a small startup I was working at a while back. And I had a native Android dev who was also pretty good at iOS, who had never really touched React or JavaScript at all. Obviously hesitant, but was more open than most to giving this all a real shot. We were doing a lot of audio and a little bit of video playback stuff in the app, so we needed to use something for that. This dev happened to be an expert on AV playback in Android specifically, and I sent him the Expo AV package, which apparently now isn't the right way to do video. You're supposed to use the new Expo video package. But at the time, back in 2021, Expo EV was the way to do it. And when I showed him this package, he hit me up with an essay, blown away with it, because it did all the things that he would have done, which was really, really cool to hear from a person who was like an expert in the native tech for that one platform. Expo EV effectively gave people who don't know what they're doing, like in that case, myself, the ability to have the quality of code you would previously have to hire an expert native engineer for. And that's my possibly favorite way of thinking about what Expo provides, is they were the expert native engineers building things correctly for all these different platforms, so that now we as JS devs can consume them and build apps well. Because again, React Native isn't a browser inside of your phone. React Native is native. You are calling native APIs. You are drawing native views. You're doing everything natively. Expo is one of the groups of people exposing as much of that native functionality as possible to us as app devs so that we can build great apps that feel native because they are native. And we're doing less and less of the work in the JS layer and more of it on the native layer and just call it via JavaScript. And at that point, it doesn't even matter what language you're calling it with, because the important piece is that native code that was written for us for all major platforms. I've been a very happy Expo user and even a subscriber to their deployment platform for a long time. Highly recommend checking them out. They even offered to sponsor a dedicated video, and I turned them down because I can just show them genuinely, because I actually really like the product. I cannot imagine building a mobile app at all without Expo. And it makes a lot of sense that something like BlueSky, where are we? Where we get back to the BlueSky repo. Did I actually close the main BlueSky repo at some point? When did I do that? Whatever. That's a fine place to be. And hopefully now with that background, it makes a lot more sense why Expo has this many packages inside of here. Because if you want to use any of these things, from blur, yes, native blur is a much harder problem than it sounds like. So if you want to have a blurred view anywhere, Expo's the way to do it. Like, it's so nice to have all of these things using native stuff. Yeah. Good old HLS.js. You can never kill this package. Playback of video is a tough problem to solve. Why is there so much Lodash in here? What? What? Where did that all come from? We also have a pile of these React Native helper packages. These ones aren't by Expo, but I'm positive Expo has contributed a lot to a handful of them. Apparently they have a fork of React Native progress that they're using. Interesting. Progress events are tough in general, especially on React Native. Did I say Expo not BlueSky there? Yeah. Apparently BlueSky has their own fork of React Native progress here, which makes a lot of sense. Anyways, there's also a ton of dev deps. These are all just things that run in dev, so you don't have to worry too much about them. But yeah, there's a lot, especially all these at types, because a handful of these packages don't have types in them directly. All the Expo ones do. So you'll notice that there are no Expo things here for type definitions because it's all modern. Just config stuff. A ton of Lodash types, though. Good stuff. But there are some really cool things as you read through this app that you can learn a lot from. One of my favorites is that our friend Dan has learned a ton about React Query. I was lucky enough to have a conversation with him at ReactConf last year. I was lucky enough to have a chat with Dan at ReactConf this year, and it was his first time getting to talk with React people after working on a pretty big, heavy React app for months at that point. Previously, most of Dan's work was with libraries, with communication and education, and with React library itself, but not so much so actually building big apps with React. He helped a good bit with like the Facebook move to the new React stuff with the new Facebook site, but didn't have as much time in the trenches just building and working in a giant app and learning all the ways people use React outside of Meta. With BlueSky, he has went deep and quickly started to see some of the light that we have been living in for a while, specifically around React Query. It was very fun getting to chat with Dan at ReactConf a few months in, all about React Query and the patterns that he was using to build things nowadays. And there's some really good stuff in here if you take a look. All of this data is coming from at BlueSky feed generator, at BlueSky graph list. We'll go in depth on how all of the at proto stuff works in just a little bit, but know it's really cool and know that you could build your own clone of this app using their data very, almost hilariously easy. But the fun parts are when we scroll down a bit and we get to these use hooks. We have use feed source info query, which takes in a URI. It gets a type from that URI. It gets an agent from their use agent hook, and then it returns a use query that has all of these important pieces that they thought were useful, specifically the stale time and the query key that they're generating programmatically so that all of these queries will be synchronized properly. And then the query function here. What's cool with this is now you have this named hook, use feed source info query, that handles everything from stale time, keying, invalidation, revalidation, and more. And if we look at the other things, like the get popular feed query, this one's an infinite query. So this also handles pagination for you. It might seem weird to just take a React query and wrap it with one layer, especially when there's only one line on top like this. What you need to understand is how useful this is if you consume this in multiple places to have one source of truth for how it behaves. And now you can reuse that without having to build an external state management library like you might have before with Redux, which, by the way, Dan Abramov made. And this code base doesn't use Redux. It uses the hell out of React Query, but you don't need that type of state management anymore. And Dan himself has said you don't really need React, or Dan himself has even said you don't really need Redux anymore. And hopefully this code base and the cool things he's done in it will help you understand a bit more of why. Here's another fun one with a programmatic query key where, depending on which type of session you are, we pin different things and map different things to set this key. We also grab preferences where if a user has pinned feeds or has preferences for what should be loaded in, you can bind all of that in here with this enabled flag. It's super nice. It shows you how to compositionally create these data flows in a real React or React Native app. It's cool. And this isn't an app that's just like a fun side project. This has a lot of code in it. You know what? I want to know how much code. Um, 211,000 lines of code, to be specific. 121,000 of those are TypeScript. 1,325 files, over 1,000 TS files. This is not a small code base. This is a legit project. Super cool. This is one of the best. I'm in the wrong place. Cool. It's honestly so cool to have a real production app like this, fully open source, so we can look and see what it means to ship production apps like this. It's also cool to see them using, for the most part, modern tools and not just open sourcing some old broken thing, but really focusing on doing stuff right and setting an example of how to maintain apps for long windows over time. But that's just the app side. As I showed earlier, we have other layers to go through here. We have the actual servers, but more importantly, at proto. And I think understanding at proto is important before we even dive into the servers. So what is at proto? Well, you might have noticed on the app, my handle is a domain, t3.gg, which is my domain. And if we look at other people replying, many of them have domains because we're all fellow nerds here. But many of them don't. If we scroll a bit further, I'm sure we can find a few people who are not. Like Hot Girl Spring is .bsky.social, which is the default TLD on here. We have Sunil here, one of the original React team members, also .bsky.social, because they haven't bound a domain, which, to be frank, only nerds are going to do. This is the ultimate nerd platform for tech people like us. Oh shit, am I not following Jabril's yet? Let me fix that quick. So what does that mean? Like, why is a domain here? Why does any of this matter? What's going on? This is all based on a protocol called the @proto. I've heard it described in a lot of different ways, but let me find the one I really liked. It was in the replies here. This is from Paul, who works on BlueSky directly. If you're curious why everyone's username is a domain, it's because every user is essentially a website. A common thought by devs is, couldn't you make a social network using RSS? And we basically went, yeah, let's try that premise with some tweaks. Apps like BlueSky are aggregators. They crawl around the atmosphere like a search engine would crawl the web, but instead of making a search app, it makes a social app. Keywords here are aggregator, very important as we dive in more, and atmosphere, which is what @proto actually stands for. I thought it was like an symbol protocol, but it's actually atmosphere. They're trying to build a layer outside of a business and servers that is an open layer for doing typed data decentralized. I don't want to go too deep on like what each of those words mean when I could just show you directly with @proto browser. Here is my domain @://t3.gg. Let's command plus this a bit. Again, it's basically an alternative to HTTP. It is built on top of it, but the Atmosphere protocol is interesting. There's the PDS collection, which is the service that hosts all of the data for things like BlueSky. You can put your own stuff on there for free right now, which is cool. And you can create your own collections there too. If I go here and I click @BSky feed posts, here are all of the records for posts that I made. If I click one of these, here is the details for this record. We have the ID for it. We have the value, which is also shows I wasn't following you. Your post still showed up, just me replying to a friend. If we go back to, yeah, this is the one I was showing before. I'm filming a video with BlueSky today. What should I make sure to mention? Hoping to have a positive React Native spin on it. @type @BlueSky feed post. So you have the type, which lets us know what to expect the shape of this data to be. But you'll see there's nothing else like likes here because I don't own the likes on my post. If somebody likes my post, that's part of their feed, not mine. So if I go back up and I go to BlueSky feed likes, here are all of the likes I've done. Here is me liking this specific post. Can I go to the post? You've never seen this emoji before in my life. Let's find another one that I liked. Does BlueSky like my cat, Lucy? Lucy just got a video feature. I'm sure she'll love that. But these are all the things I've liked. This does have negatives, though, because you can see like who I'm blocking as well. You can get a lot of data from here because it's all part of this open data protocol. I like how Dan put it here. @proto is kind of like, what if every app worked like Google Reader? Since this is an open protocol, it's an open standard, anyone can post anything here. The catch is a given one of these collections, which is a reverse URL. I forgot the name for when you do URLs like this, but it's a pretty common thing for application development and protocol referencing. app.bluesky.actor.profile is bluesky.apps collection here, and that collection can have a schema defined that describes what you can post to it. So in the case of a profile, it has a record that is, in this case, self, which has an avatar, which has blob content, which is the actual blob for my image here, a description, and a display name. And that's all data that every profile self record will have because it's typed that way. I can also go to my repost records, which shows everything I've reposted. And a repost has a type, a subject, and a URI. Hopefully it's starting to make sense what this is. It's a way of defining this URL points to this schema, and now anyone can post something that matches that schema to their owned instance here. And this is a very, very open standard. You can go to @proto.com and quick start and build your own app for free on top of this protocol that would just add it in on the app there. So if I go back to the browser for @proto. Let's move this back up here. So if I wanted, I could make gg.t3.feed here as my own version of a feed, post things to that with my own app, and then read them from somewhere else. And what's cool about this is this data storage layer exists outside of any given app. If BlueSky was to fail and this data was also hosted somewhere else, the data would still be there and I could make my own view for it. People have been making their own custom clients for BlueSky constantly because you can just access the data. It's if the way that Twitter used to work with the API was a certain level of openness and a certain level of you can do what you want to build on top of it. They went one direction, which was locking it down. This is what if they went the other direction and they opened it up way, way more. Let me go back to... Oh, Dan replied. Let me... Accidentally muted. Cool. I just had two things I wanted to open. Cool. Dan Abramov, being the ultimate nerd as well as educator, has covered this stuff really, really well. @proto aha moments. You can host your data. It's just JSON. It's typed, but any app dev can invent those types. Records have URIs. Records are signed, so cacheable without trust. Relay aggregates everyone's events into a global stream, and the backend subscribes to the relay and updates local databases. That's a lot, but I want to showcase one of my favorite parts, which is you can have an actual fire hose again. This is all of the things currently being posted on BlueSky. And if I scroll, we can stop and see what's being posted. But this is a WebSocket just taking in the entirety of that data that anyone can consume and do whatever they want with. I think that is incredibly cool. Twitter used to have a Firehose API. It's basically inaccessible at this point, but the fact that you can just see all of this is dope. And the way it actually works for BlueSky is the @proto exists outside of their servers, and their server is just ingesting the Firehose of data from all of those sources externally, and then turns that into the actual data graph that they need to navigate. So something like this post, remember how I said before, likes don't exist on the post. Likes exist on a user's profile. So how do we get these 752 likes? How is it that when I like it, now it has 753 likes, and when I refresh, it's still there and it loads relatively quick? The reason for that is they are replicating the data that comes through that Firehose in order to make a data graph in the app itself that is a little more performant. Because if I had to look up every single piece of data to find everyone who might have liked this post to generate that like count on every single page load, this would be actually impossible. But if you use the protocol to get the data and then build a cache layer or build a data layer in your app that better fits your app's needs, this is just a source externally. It's a really interesting way of thinking about how to architect your apps, where the data lives outside of your database and server, and the users write data to that external source, and then it gets fed through your app. It's very interesting, but it enables us to be less dependent on these specific platforms and for us to build our own different apps, our own clients, our own data models, all with the same source of truth. So if it turns out BlueSky is evil and we want to move off it somewhere else, we don't lose all of those things. Honestly, there's enough here that's interesting that we could do a whole video just about app proto, but I don't think that'll get us. Honestly, the stuff here is so interesting, I could do a dedicated video on app proto, but I hope this helps you understand what's going on here, and also why that middle piece that I was drawing out here, the BlueSky servers themselves, aren't all that interesting, because they're effectively just taking the fire hose and turning that into a better data model that the app can hit without falling over. But what I'm excited about here is that I miss RSS. I miss the days where these things on the internet were open standards that I could just funnel into something else. And as we've segmented the web out of the browser and into these dedicated boxes like Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, the data lives in that box. It's not outside of it at all. With RSS, the data lived at a higher level, and the apps that we read the data from could change, and it was fine. Finally, there's a new way to hoist data that isn't just dumping text, but actually lets you have more complex relations and types and ways of building things that we can bake into apps in various different ways. That all said, the reason BlueSky is successful isn't because the tech is super cool. It's because people are tired of Twitter and want something new, and BlueSky currently represents that new thing. That all said, historically, the internet's success hasn't come from people trying out things because they're interesting. It's come from a core of nerds pushing the limits of what the tech can do, and then a nice little interface gets built on top and everyone starts using it. I see a potential here for that to happen. There is no guarantee. BlueSky might die in a week or a year or be around forever, but at the very least, these new open standards and protocols are incredibly promising, and it's dope to see an app make it to #1 on the App Store, showing all of their work and building in a way that makes it really easy to build your own alternative to them. It's the thing I fell in love with software for, this idea of an open way of building and reusing people's work and building on top of these foundations. It's so cool. And I'm curious if you guys see it as, and I'm curious if you guys think it's as cool as I do. Let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That took a while. I missed a bunch of subs. Let me thank all these people. We got Goma with the 17 months legend. I missed a few of you guys when I was filming, actually. I've been going for a while, haven't I? Did I marker that correctly? I marked it here, right? I did end of. I should have done an uncolon. I'm trying to get better about that. Anyways, thank everybody I missed. I got you, Glassy. I don't think I got you, Cyan Flare. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much for the 3 months and the 6 month longer sub. OSUK. Oh, no, I did get you guys. Okay, cool. I feel better now. Leah, so sorry I missed you. 17 months. Fucking legend. Always good to see you, Leah. We got 2 Lays here with the Prime. We got Callum Bass here with the 4 months of Prime. Gprac here, 4 months of Prime as well. Igor, always good to see you, man. 30 fucking months. Jesus Christ. Aussie, thank you again for the 10 gifts. We got Goma here, 17 months. Fucking legend. Enviable with the Prime. Alejo with the 37 months. Been around since day -1. Appreciate that a ton. And then Chris here hitting the 22 month mark. Thank you all. Actually, whose birthday is it? Oh yeah, Igor. Yeah, happy birthday, Igor. What a video. I guess this is kind of priority. Love the Twitch not fixing the fucking timer on pre-rolls. And thank you, Expo, for hanging out. Much better. Excuse me, if he just made Expo video and Expo audio much better in FTK52. Awesome. Oh shit, Matt. Howdy. Good to hear. I know that you are a big fan of these open standard things. I heard something about automatic OS on, was it on Twitter today? Yeah. And I'm curious, like, what the hell is automatic OS? Stream controls UI? I have no idea what UI you're talking about. Zero. I know what you're talking about. Oh, video playback stuff. Ah. I kind of want to make a video about the new Final Cut stuff, but I want to use it first. Oh, I just finished recording a video. I'm just nerding out about it and why I think it's cool. Oh no, what are you guys nerding out about now? Final Cut has a new version that I did not expect them to ever ship. So I'm really hyped because I'm a huge Final Cut nerd. Okay, let's make the actual list for this. Cool tools in order. I'm gonna do a thing where I go from a dev tool to a non-dev tool back and forth. I want to start with something that people are unfamiliar with for the first one. I like refined GitHub for the first. I feel like this even, like just this many is too many for one video, and I want to be able to keep doing this format, so I don't want to give out all of them. So Gabriel, I'm waiting for Expo to make a blog post about the server component stuff that's coming out tomorrow, which is inconvenient due to my schedule, but I'll film that video when I'm back. Okay. I think this is enough for a new cool tools video, and I'll do one I'm aiming to do one every 6-ish months. Just t3.gg, of course. Let me get all these open. I might have to go to here to have this open as like the actual homepage. Cool. We'll do that. I want these all in order. Funny, BlueSky is the top here because it was recently added. Orb stack. No, stop doing this shit. There we are. Minimal. Cool. Cool. Okay, I think I'm prepped for this one. That's basically what I did with the last one. If you haven't seen, I did a video like this previously that did very well. Cool tools I've been using lately. Let's do it. A few months ago, I did a video. I'm going to unbutton a little. Have a bit more fun with it, you know. Cool. A few months back, I did a video about cool tools that I've been using and enjoying. I just wanted to showcase the stuff that's been making my life easier on my computer, and I was blown away with how many people loved that video and how many of y'all started using the tools that I showcased. Since then, I've found even more tools and also realized there were a few that I was using that nobody knew about. So why not a part 2, right? I think it's time to show you guys all the cool new tools I've been using, as well as a few I missed before. If you didn't watch the last video, the structure of this is a bit chaotic, but I think it's in a good way. We rotate between a dev tool that I like and a non-dev tool that I like. Obviously, some dev tools can be used for non-dev things, and some non-dev tools can be used all the time for dev things. But my life tends to blur the line between dev and non-dev work, and I suspect a lot of you are in a similar boat. So without further ado, let's go to the first tool that I have been using a lot lately, which is a GitHub. This tool is interesting. It's an extension for the browser that fixes a lot of the annoyances I have with GitHub. It's called Refined GitHub, and I cannot believe I didn't know about this before or that I didn't have it start, so I just fixed that. Refined GitHub has a lot of little niceties that have made my life much better. Small things like it changes the color based on recency here. But the one I've relied on the most is in projects that have a lot of pull requests, like this one, Quick Pick, which my video just came out on and people flipped on. I had a ton of PRs open on this. It is so much easier for me to go through things due to it. First off, it will change your default sort. So if I go from code back to pull requests, it's now sorted by updated description. Huge. So nice. Reread on that. It changes the sort order by default, as you saw when I switched tabs. Now it's going to be sorted by what's most recently updated, not what was most recently opened. This should be the default sort. I don't know why it isn't. It's so nice they just sneak that in for me. But they also add a little bit of niceties around here too, where if I request changes, it shows that there. It shows the updated time there in really big letters. It makes navigating things on GitHub and dealing with giant projects with a lot of contributors significantly easier. I've been enjoying it a lot. You should give it a shot. What do we have next, Bruno? Bruno's like really dev tooly. No, Excalibur's next. Okay. Oh yeah, I had it in the other tab. Cool. Next is a tool you guys are probably familiar with because I use it for all of my videos. But do you know what else I have in all my videos? A sponsor. So let's hear from them really quick. Cool. Sorry about that. Need to pay bills and keep my team fed. Anyways, on the topic of how I keep my team fed, Excalibur is an essential tool for us. Sorry I had it in light mode. It defaults there, and I honestly like the light mode, but I know you guys get blinded, so I'll throw it in dark. Excalibur made me fall in love with whiteboarding. I had horrible penmanship as a kid, and honestly still do now as an adult. I've had horrible penmanship my entire life. I almost got held back in elementary school because of how unreadable my own writing was. As such, I've always hated whiteboarding, especially for interviews. I was so nervous going into interviews because if I had to be on a whiteboard, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I'd just be frozen trying to make my letters readable. Excalibur was the first time I could do something like whiteboarding and diagramming without being limited by my penmanship. And if it wasn't for Excalibur, I don't know if I would have ever started content creation, because when I used this tool, I could diagram the things I was thinking and use that to show my teams and the people I worked with what I was building or doing or what needed to happen. And they liked that way of communication so much that it became much more common at Twitch for people to diagram things while they were working. I started doing that in my own talks with friends, eventually my own streams, and then that became my videos. And to this day, the majority of my top videos are mostly me just Excalibur-drawing things out. I fell in love with diagramming because of this app, and I don't know if I would have become a creator if it wasn't for how this taught me to show the things I was thinking so others could understand them. So thankful for Excalibur. It's also open source, so if you want to play with it, embed the canvas in your own apps or do anything else, the code's all there for you to play with. I subscribe to the pro version both because I want to support them, but also because I really, really like having a bunch of different canvases that I've made, as well as teams and collections and all those things. I think it's like $5 a month. I don't even care. It's so worth it. I saw people linking something in here. Interesting. I'll put that right under. Now back to dev tools. I'm sure a decent number of you were around for the Postman collapse, or I'm sure a lot of you were around for the Insomnia collapse. If you're not familiar, Insomnia was a tool for testing things against APIs, kind of similar to Postman. It was open source, but it's been falling apart since it was acquired. And Bruno quickly got a lot of attention as an open alternative that has a ton of useful functions in it. One of the coolest things is that it works with Git, so you can have a folder in your project that has all of your schemas or the things you want to test against. And then you can just open up Bruno, point it at that repo, and it will let you replay events directly. The UI is super simple and minimal, should look very familiar if you've used things like this before. And it's been my go-to to quickly just hit an endpoint and get data back to make sure things are working how I expect. It's been really nice to work with. It has none of the weird quirks and crap around variable management that Postman has. But I was just informed by my chat, there's another alternative called Yak. Yak is by the person who made Insomnia. It's also open source as far as I know. Is it open source? Yeah. It's also open source. It's been in dev for a while. People seem to be loving it. I haven't personally tried this one, but it's worth a look if you haven't given it a shot. Cool. Next is one that I have a whole dedicated video coming out for soon, so keep an eye out for that. It might even be out already. Editor's note, stuff it in, put a little note that says it's already out. You know the drill phase. Raycast is an alternative to my favorite thing on Mac. Raycast is a replacement for one of my favorite Mac features, Spotlight. I have it bound as the same hotkey that Spotlight used to be, so I don't even know if I can access Spotlight at this point. If you're not a Mac user, what Spotlight is the command space hotkey that lets you search anything on your computer. Usually it's just a quick way to open up an app, but I use it for so much more. My favorite thing, and the thing that got me hooked, was the calculator, where I can just do math in here, hit enter, and now the results on my clipboard. It was so handy for that. And having a proper calculator history you can go through to grab data, I have relied on that far more than I probably should have. But you can also bind crazy things like hotkeys to switch apps. I have it set up so when I press Control 1 through 4, it goes to different apps that I use a lot. So if I do Control 3, it goes to my editor. If I go to Control 2, it goes to my terminal. Control 1 goes to my browser. Super nice. I don't know how I would use my Mac without Raycast at this point. It's free. They have a pro version. I haven't even subbed yet. I don't really know what it offers, but I've heard cool things. All worth checking out. On the topic of Raycast, I'm going to do a weird tangent to this little thing called SVGL. SVGL has been a lifesaver for me as a content creator because I regularly need to grab SVGs of all sorts of things, both in the dev world and out. Oh, look at that. T3. Wonder who that is. This is super, super handy if you want to copy an SVG. Now I have it on my clipboard. I can also save it or link to it directly. Super, super useful. But what's even more useful is having direct access via Raycast. I can type in SVG, comes up with search SVG logos, enter. I can type in, I don't know, BlueSky, press enter. Now it's on my clipboard. And if I have my graphics editor, did that really open Designer, not Photo? Oh, that's because it's, there we go. That's because I was still in the SVG search. Cool. So I'll grab that, cut that. If I go to my photo editor that I use for all my thumbnails, Affinity, now I can just paste things straight from SVGL. It's so useful when I need the TypeScript logo. I have it. Lifesaver for the type of stuff that we do. I don't know how I would make my thumbnails as quickly as I do without SVGL. Huge shout out to, what's the name of the guy who made it? Huge shout out to Pablo for making this and also open sourcing it. I know a handful of people from the community have started contributing. Great tool, great example of solving an annoying problem in an open source way, so it's solved for everyone else going forward. Awesome. Now that we're kind of back into dev tools with this, might as well go all in, right? Next, we have OrbStack. I've been using OrbStack for a while now because Docker on Mac was rough during the ARM transition. OrbStack is an alternative to using Docker Desktop that lets you use Docker containers and have all the Docker commands without all of the messy, slow bloat that is Docker Desktop. I can't imagine installing Docker Desktop at this point. I avoid it to the best of my ability. Honestly, I avoid Docker images as much as I can for the most part, but recently I've needed to use them more for certain projects, and having this has been such a lifesaver. Everything launches immediately. Apparently as an update. I'll ignore that. I have my Open Web UI, which is for, this is for Ollama. So I have a UI to hit my local Llama instance, which is super cool. I just have it spin up by default when I turn on my computer, I guess. And if I want to spin up any of these other things that I opened or created via Docker commands, they're all here for me to hit play, run, use, destroy, whatever. Super, super handy. It's free for personal use. I don't know how strict they are about that. I would recommend paying for it if you're actually making money using it, but it's relatively cheap, so worth considering. I've been very happy with this, and it has made using Docker significantly less miserable for me. On the topic of making tools less miserable for me, the Discord experience on computer kind of sucks, and Legcord has been helping me a ton. The history of Legcord is interesting. You might have actually heard about it before under a different name, ARMcord. ARMcord existed because Discord didn't have an ARM build for Mac for far too long. Hilariously far too long. You could use it using Rosetta, which was the x86 emulation layer, but it meant that Discord used way more battery and resources than it should have and felt way slower than it should have. ARM-Cord was a fork of Discord that was a minimal Electron wrapper that embedded the Discord web app and slowly added more and more native functionality so that you could have the things you expected from the native Discord app. It was named ARM-Cord because it was for ARM Macs. It slowly became the default alternative Discord client. And then ARM came in and DMCA'd them because ARM, the processor standard, is a licensed term. And they had their account on GitHub temporarily locked because they were using the trademark ARM that they don't own, which is just hilarious to me. So they renamed it to LegCord, and now they're doing fine. I've been using LegCord and previously ARM-Cord as my Discord client for a while now. It's way faster. It doesn't lock you out for updates every 2 to 3 days. The battery life is better. I don't want to use the default Discord app anymore. I like LegCord. You should consider it as well. Anyways, what do we have next? Back to DevTools. Here's one you've probably heard about by now, and I've touched on in enough content, but I wanted to point it out here because it is something I'm using every day and liking quite a bit. Cursors become my editor of choice. Here's a project that hopefully the video is already shipped for, 1 app, 5 stacks, where I built the same app in 5 different stacks. I do not like the thought of having to do this without Cursor. It was so nice being able to write code in one of these app stacks, like writing something in the Phoenix version, copying the code, going over to the Rails version, pulling up the composer and being like, yo, make this fit the format of this file from this Elixir project. And it would just do it. Or even asking it questions or asking it, how do I do this? And having it all in the editor doing the right thing. It made it much easier for me to swap between languages, frameworks, and stacks without feeling like I was entirely underwater with no idea what's going on. It was really, really nice. And also when I was doing things like deploying on Cloudflare for the first time in years, the combination of Cursor plus Claude made me feel significantly more productive. If you haven't given it a shot, I do highly recommend it. I was super skeptical at first, and I think I actually churned twice, where I just went back to VS Code. But it is effectively VS Code. It's a fork of VS Code that I have fallen in love with and don't like the idea of writing code without. So if my endorsement means anything, consider giving it a shot. And to close us out, one more extension, minimal theme for Twitter. I forget how much I love this because it's how I've used Twitter for a really long time now. It's by Typefully, who makes a platform for managing drafts and keeping track of things that you're doing on Twitter. They also have an actual analytics tool. It's quite a bit more useful than Twitter's. I use their platform a ton. It's where my drafts tend to go. But that's not what I'm talking about here. Like Typefully, cool, fine, whatever. Twitter itself... Oh, I'm not T3.gg anymore. I forgot. Twitter itself is significantly more usable if you have this setup. Ads are gone. All the weird stuff on the sidebars is gone. When you look at replies, it's significantly more minimal. The sidebar is collapsed unless you hover, and even admittedly, the hover is kind of broken. It doesn't work all the time. There are a few bugs, which, by the way, if you guys over at Typefully watch this, please fix the bug where the sidebar gets in the way of clicking on things in the UI. So like if I do this, will it work now? Okay, cool. That part is working. Let me see if this bug is still the case quick, actually. Did they fix the bug that I've been bitching about for like 2 years? No way. No way. When did that get fixed? Did they ship an update? When did the last update happen? July 30th. There's no way then. Let me triple check. Okay, I got the bug state again. I am too lazy to censor everything in here. Can I do it at like a top level? No, that broke that. Cool, that's still broken. 1 second, trying to sketch this into a way where it's less work in the edit. Opacity. Okay, cool. So the one problem with this extension, and Typefully, I really hope you guys watch this and fix this. I've been complaining about it for a while. At certain resolutions, since these can open and say like messages on the side, it reserved this whole section here. And I can't click the back button on message requests right now. The button is being covered by this imaginary div. Is it even still being covered by it? I don't even know. Regardless, in certain screen resolutions, buttons break. And apparently it's working now because I just resized things slightly when I made this bigger or smaller. But it's so easy to get into a state where I can't hit the back button, and it's really common at my resolutions. So, yeah, Typefully, I've tried fixing this myself. The code base is not easy to work in. If you could, now that I've given you this free promo, please fix my bug. That's all I got on this one. I'm planning to do a follow-up in the near future that is dedicated exclusively to CLI tools because I have a lot of those and I don't want that to just be all of this video. So let me know if you're excited for a CLI tools follow-up. Until next time, peace nerds. Cool. What's ESA? Alternative to LS. Oh, it actually shows sub-contents. That's pretty cool. And on the list of to explore, it goes. Cool. Thank you for that. I've heard about a bunch. Workhorse and Warp sponsors are fascinating. Oh, Bat shows diffs. Okay, that won me over. What the hell just happened? What? The fuck? Notion. Why? Just let me paste it as a URL. What the fuck, Notion? It's actually not letting me paste this as a URL. The up-down arrows weren't working. I had to manually do that. What the fuck, Notion? God damn it, Addy. Let me thank all the people I missed when I was doing that. Actually, I didn't know Low Level was here. Thank you, Ronan, for gifting him. We got BCF Ant here with the 15 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Krish, always good to see you, man. Excited for Advent of Code coming up soon. 22 months, Jesus Christ. We got Rem here with the 6 months. Ravcorp with the Prime. Soterio with the Tier 1 for a month. Thank you for that. King Tono with the Prime and Maximilian with the Prime for 6 months. Thank you all for the support. We're over 500 again. Good shit. FD. I don't use Find enough. I probably should use this. I'm going to put it on the list so I don't forget about it, but I can't possibly look into all of these tools. Oh, it's the same person who made Bat. Interesting. Also made Hyperfine. Okay, I've used Hyperfine a ton. Did I miss any fan funding over on here? Just want to make sure. Okay, no, cool. Command Shift Space opens up one password, not Spotlight. Nice try. I already have a different diff tool. Like if I make a change in here. What the hell else did I delete? Oh. Yeah, I already have syntax highlighting. I forgot the name of this differ that I'm using, but it's good. Delta, thank you guys. Sounds right. Yeah, I have that in here. So yeah, that is right. Cool. Back to filming everything else we need to film today. This one's newsy. This one I've been putting off. This one I feel like I could just gun out because I went on that rant twice yesterday. And this one's such a cool concept that I want to cover it. So I'm going to play on these 4, and then I'm going to end and go work on new stuff with Final Cut because I want to play with the new Final Cut release. Yeah, this is big news. We're going to do this. I nerded out about the new Final Cut a lot earlier, but I want to use it before I meaningfully cover it. Let me see if I'm allowed to do the update yet. Still 10.8.1. Okay, no, it's version 11, 1 hour ago. Let me go do the important, the classic, the backup. I need go to applications. Fun thing you'll learn about Final Cut, since there is no DRM, whenever you're doing a major Final Cut update. Oh, look at that. I did one of these recently. Making a backup of the current version in case the new version breaks shit for me. And then I'll do the update. Cool. What does this do? This is backing up the old version in case I want to flip back to it after. I know, Rip Grep. I'm not good enough at grep to be the one to cover that. I want to do this framer motion shit, so let's do this. No worries. Cool. Just naming it motion. I've covered animation libraries a lot on this channel, and there's been a ton going on, from new minimal ways of doing things to hacking it into Tailwind to all sorts of other solutions. But today's solution isn't actually a new solution. It's an old one, and it's not just any old one. It's kind of become the standard. Framer motion has been the way to build... For React, framer motion's kind of been the only real responsible way to have fancy animations in your apps for entry, exit, and all the fun transitions that we like to build. Framer motion is a phenomenal library built by Framer, a company kind of trying to compete with Figma, but they're also trying to do code gen. Framer's a weird product. Framer motion is a great open source library for React devs, but Framer isn't framer motion. It's been really confusing for a while, and it's also been very React specific. Today, all of that changes because Matt from Framer just left, made motion its own full separate thing, and they're now going to support every framework, not just React. I am so excited to dive into this with y'all. It's a huge change for how we build animations and nice experiences on the web, and I can't wait to show all of this. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I also heard the ding from that zip happening, so I'm going to update this now. And while that is going on, we'll cover this. I have to know more, and all of their videos are so cool, or all their videos are so cool, so we're going to give this a quick play. Really hopeful the music doesn't DMCA. Hype. Quality intro. Sounded enough like Daft Punk that I'm probably going to get DMCA'd, but that is fine. Won't be in the video if it can't be. Let's read the announcement from Matt. Framer Motion is now independent. Introducing Motion. One sec, I need to have a sip of water. First, some personal news. Next week will be my last at Framer. While writing this feels pretty wild, making Framer Motion has been the best job of my life. To do so for 6 years with the best product team in the world, both a massive learning experience and a privilege. However, this leads to some news that I'm incredibly excited to share. With Framer's blessing and support, Framer Motion is now completely independent. I'm spinning it off into its own project to better serve the whole community. Introducing Motion. What's changing? There are two big changes to highlight. The first is Motion's brand new home. There are two big changes to highlight. The first is Motion's brand new home here at motion.dev. Besides a fresh new design, it finally has a much requested search. Excited to explore the page with you. But also, I just noticed, look at how the top nav blur effect works on things. It turns them into like a grid, like refracted glass. They go so hard on these things unnecessarily. It's so cool. How are they doing that? Is that a PNG or... I want more info. Mask pattern. Background color. Yeah, it's a mask pattern that they made as a background image radial gradient programmed here with CSS. these guys know their design, and you'll see little things like that throughout all of Framer and Motion's work. It's super cool. Yep. Back to the article, though. The second big change is a request from the community. For a long time, users have asked to use Framer Motion outside of React, either with Vanilla.js or other frameworks like Vue. Today, Motion becomes more than a React library, with an amazing set of vanilla APIs that bring Motion's hybrid engine and extensive features Today, Motion becomes more than a React library, with an amazing set of vanilla APIs that bring Motion's hybrid engine and extensive feature set to everyone. In the coming weeks and months, more features from Framer Motion will make their way to this new vanilla API, and I'll be writing new integration guides that help people use them everywhere. Beyond that, expect improved support and documentation, a stronger community, and a renewed focus on developer-facing features. I have no idea why this is happening, so I was happy this is a call out. Why is this happening? This news might surprise many, but I think in context, it's the natural and obvious next step for Motion. 6 years ago, Framer bought my project Pop Motion because they wanted a simple React API, unlimited flexibility, and smooth animations across all devices. As Framer moved from prototyping into sites, these animations only became more important because now they're being shared with millions of monthly visitors. But Motion also became wildly successful in its own right, becoming the go-to React animation solution with over 4.5 million weekly downloads on NPM. The number, like Framer Motion is so prolific, it's kind of nuts. Also, if somebody in chat can remember, there was another thing like this that somebody from Framer broke off and made. It's like animation.dev or something that I can't remember the name of. But if anybody has that name, let me know. Anyways, it's a part of Framer, but it's also a part from Framer, serving a much wider set of users. It's kind of has to think that like this library exists as part of Framer, but its majority use exists well outside of it. It always felt weird because this library was so prominent, but it wasn't really funneling into Framer's success directly. It made the Framer product more confusing for me, honestly. Having them separate helps clarify what both are. We feel like the best way to ensure Motion's future as a core driver of animations on not just Framer sites or just React sites, but for all sites, is to spin out as an independent open source project for the community. For Motion, the high demands of Framer, in terms of capability and performance, have made Motion the product that it is today. So Framer users can rest assured that their animations will continue to be powered by Motion in the future. Spinning out Motion's a bold move by Framer, and I'm super delighted that they're on board as Motion's first sponsor. Huge. I hope that this gets more sponsors. This is a really important project. Is it this? This is not it, no. It's not a course. There's another animation library that's built on top of GSAP, if I recall. Fuck, what's it named? Igor, you gotta know. You're like the guy for this. It's not Anime.js. It has like a weirdly simple name. And I'm pretty sure it's somebody who used to work on Framer directly. It's not Anime.js. It's not one of these weird ones. It specifically doesn't use JS for the animation layer. Fuck. It's definitely not 3. It's not Glaze. Fuck. And it's not one of the automatic ones, no. Fuck. It might have been somebody from GreenSock. It's not React. You're so far the wrong way. It's like motion 1. Here it is. Motion dot. Wait, no. Apparently it is this now. The fuck? Okay. You guys are fucking useless. Okay. This is where we cut to for the edit. So I just went down a fun rabbit hole trying to remember the name of something that I knew came out from the Framer folks, specifically the Framer Motion folks, trying to make something that was not using JavaScript for as much of the animation and using the web animations API more, because Framer Motion was built before a lot of those APIs existed, and a lot of the code there uses JS to do the animations. Motion 1 was announced in 2021, and I remember this dropping, and that's why I was so confused, because I knew this happened, and they had announced that they were working on a new minimal library that just did browser standard animations. But this used to be what was on motion.dev, Motion 1. Now Motion 1 is the new Motion. But if I, Wayback Machine. Also, sorry for being harsh, and Gabriel, you were close. Oh, somebody beat me to the link there. Thank you. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Motion.dev used to be this, which was tiny size, huge performance, a new animation library built on the web animations API. I was really hyped when this dropped. I thought it was super cool. Everything was really simple, well made. I was hyped. Also tiny compared to things like GreenSock, even tinier when you compare it to OG Motion. But yeah, I think it's dead, because when I found the GitHub, can I find it again? Because I closed it. Yeah. They archived this project, funny enough, yesterday. Which is interesting, because it seems like Motion is now focused on the centralized main Motion library, not One or any of these other tools. I wish that they would call it what happened to One. Maybe they say what happened to it in the blog. Regardless, Motion is now its own separate library, and I'm guessing all the learnings from there are going to come over to here. Oh, look at that. It is in here. It's covered in this. Funny, I finally remember what it is. Anyways, so what's next? Honestly, I have a long list of things I want to do. The hard part will be picking what's first. New APIs built on emerging browser features like view transitions, bringing the power of Motion's industry-leading layout engine to the new vanilla API, high-level components that are both beautiful and accessible, better dev tools, plugins for popular design tools, etc. Realistically, for Motion to thrive, I first need to make it sustainable. If you or your company already finds value from it, consider a sponsorship. I know a lot of you companies are doing the OSS pledge now. At least I hope so. The open source pledge is a thing that was started by Sentry, meant to kickstart companies helping fund these open source projects. It's a pledge that a company can take, agreeing to put at least $2,000 per year per dev at the company into open source. All these companies have already contributed and are promising to continue. So if you need places to throw that money, if you're making the pledge, this is a good place to. Apparently Tailwind has already sponsored them too, which is really cool to see. Tailwind plus Motion is a nice combo, so hyped to see them working together like that. Anyways, here's the one Motion 1 mention. Whatever's next, I'm beyond excited for the next chapter. And if you're an existing Motion 1 or Framer Motion user, I hope you are excited too. Here's the next 6 years. Hype. Huge. I want to see the new homepage, though, that killed Motion 1. Also, the domain, motion.dev. Whew. I don't get domain envy much nowadays, but that's so good. That's up there with myimage.engineering, which I still haven't used for anything, but we'll get there. Motion makes animations simple, fun, and limitless. Go beyond the browser with super smooth springs, layout animations, timelines, and much, much more. I'm sure if I scroll, it will... No? Oh, I have motion disabled on my computer. Yeah. For those who don't know, I usually turn on reduce motion because it makes filming smoother. And that's probably why nothing was moving on the page. Yeah. So they respect accessibility settings like the request for reduced motion, which is why nothing was moving on the page initially. And when I went and toggled that setting, suddenly everything started moving again. And I bet if I hit that, I have to refresh after. Yeah. Now it doesn't work. Now it does. More people need to respect those settings. Anyways, this is how simple the code is. Vanilla JavaScript, you tell it the target, you tell it what to do, or using a motion.div in React, same deal. And this is how motion works. It's alternatives to the DOM elements where you put motion dot in front. And now motion's JS layer can take over and it can identify when things are added and removed from the DOM to do all the things you might need to do. One of those things that almost no other library supports properly, exit animations, where removing something from the DOM won't just disappear it, it will have an animation on its way out. Doing this in React sucks so hard because to fade out an element when it's removed, you actually have to keep it in the virtual DOM and the real DOM for a bit, do the animation, and then when the animation is done, you have to remove it. It's one of the few things that the React mental model doesn't really work for. Entry animations are easy because when you render it for the first time, you just have it fade in or do whatever. But when you remove the element, you have to have it stay there for a bit, which is really, really hard to do the way React works. Motion just handles it. And hopefully other frameworks will get the benefit from this super, super simple syntax as well. Like to this day, if I needed good exit animations on something I was building with React, I don't know how I would do it without Framer. Straight up. I just have no idea. It would be hellish layers of code, keeping track of references and making sure things are properly removed once the end. I'm thinking about it and it is stressing me out, so we're going to move on. Layout animations, also very, very helpful. Switching between different layouts. Now with view transitions in the browser, you can DIY things like this. But before then, not fun. And this makes it way easier. You also, of course, have gestures. So when you move over this, it does things, and I can even grab it and drag it around. And when dragging, it makes it smaller. All of that just baked in. So nice. And of course, timelines. Very useful when you want to do multiple things in order. So the unordered list, so the list itself has to fade in, and each item in it needs to start at y-20 and then move to 0, staggered 0.2 seconds between each of them. So nice. So nice. Where this has to fade in, then these have to run one at a time with a delay between them. Such nice syntax to describe really difficult things. Wow, Emil, personally sponsored and linear, already jumped on. Not surprising. They have a whole gallery of cool things using it if you want to check it out. And of course, in case it wasn't clear, I think I mentioned this before, but in case I somehow forgot, it's obviously all open source. So you can go hop in here and play with all of the packages, look at the code, use the library, and use the source to go make your own version. So if you want to have this in Svelte or Angular or any other framework, you have the pieces. You can build it yourself now. It's actually really, really cool. And having search in the docs finally is huge. I can't believe they got away without this before. And of course, when you start typing in it, the little animation, the way it came up, it's so good. Oh. The best part of these sites are the little animation. Oh, it's so nice. Unnecessarily nice even. Yeah, I already was a pretty big fan of motion Why is this not loading? What is breaking here? Network. What request is hanging? Is it being blocked by my ad blocker or something? Must be. Anyways. Yeah. Anyways. I've always been pretty hyped about Framer Motion. Haven't used it as much as I probably should have, but now that I know it's being maintained this well and long term there's really cool stuff coming, I'm more hyped than I've ever been. Does this mean I'm going to stop covering new cool animation libraries? Absolutely not. Y'all love those videos. But for now, this is the pretty obvious, easy recommendation. If you're using React and you're building animations into your tools, you probably should at least consider Framer Motion. But now it's going to be around for a while. I am super hyped. I hope you guys are as well. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. Turning back on reduce motion. Funny enough, I mostly have that on because I hate Arc and its animations. Like when I open close the sidebar, I don't want it to animate and they don't let me configure that. So I have to have reduced motion on for it. Cool. We're at 3 videos in 3.5 hours. One of the worst rates we've had, but I did a bunch of research at the beginning, so it kind of makes sense. I don't think you can do per app accessibility settings. I did see Codium made an IDE. Haven't taken a look yet. Well, you see, Julian, when you have this many videos already recorded and they're staggered between different recording sessions, it doesn't really matter if I change my shirt or not because I have different shirts almost every other day because of the sheer number of videos we already have recorded and scheduled. So and I have not had the call at the ARC team. They had to cancel and have not rescheduled. And I wonder if that was them trying to minimize potential damage, but I am going to harass them about that later. Anything that says I missed? Yeah, Lerma, you missed the BlueSky stuff. It was a long bit of research and then video, but you could watch the VOD. Obviously, you're a sub, so you have access to that. And the video should hopefully be out in the next few days. And rotating, thank you for the 1 year. You cannot invest if you're not an accredited investor. It's too much risk for the company. And any company that's down to take a non-accredited investor is not a company worth investing in because they would know better due to the liability. And honestly, it's so easy to be accredited that if you're not, you probably shouldn't be investing. For those who don't know, to be an accredited investor, you have to make $250K or more a year for 2 years straight, or have assets worth up to $1 million, not including your current personal residence. So the house you live in doesn't count towards that. But if you own multiple properties, the other properties you don't live in primarily do count. Yes. You shouldn't be investing in things that have a high chance of going to zero if you don't have a decent bit of money. Absolutely. That's like the thing with early stage. With other investments, like when you invest in a company on the stock market, the likelihood of them going to zero is much lower. And even if they do, there's usually a bankruptcy event where you can claw back some of your money. With startups, the likelihood of going to zero is 99%, and you can't get the money out either. When I invest money into a startup, I can't say, hey, can I have that back? That money is theirs, and if they succeed, I might see a return in 5 to 20 fucking years. Not for the faint of heart. Oh? This is very good. Did not know this exists. Thank you for letting me know. Not going into that video because the number of iOS devs who are going to watch that is very small percentage-wise, but I will save that for my inevitable Xcode is fucking terrible video. Cool. When did I do my last job in tech video? What's it called? Theo. Fuck. Yeah, the reality of tech jobs in 2024 was a very good performer. Also a short video. Do I make this one short again? So I plan on doing this again, like getting a tech job in 2025 is what I was thinking. That's actually hilarious. Good to know. I want to do this one. Let's do it. I try to not make a ton of videos about getting a job in tech, but with the state of the market and how tough it has gotten, I think it's worth sharing my thoughts. I just had a conversation with a bunch of junior devs yesterday, and before then I did a talk at a college that really showed me how rough things are for people trying to get their first job, or even those who were laid off and are trying to get a new one. It's rough out there. And I want to do my best to try and showcase what, from my experience, works. I do want to disclose something important, though. I haven't looked for a job in a while. I obviously don't need to get one right now. Thanks to all of you guys supporting me, my team, and the channel. I have 2 companies, one for my content and one for my actual tech stuff that we sell with Ping, both Upload Thing and Ping.gg. And those have put me in a position where I don't have to hunt. But what I do often have to do is hire, fire, and help other companies doing the same. So while I might not have as recent of experience actually looking for a job, I still have a ton on the other side. And having done hundreds of interviews as an interviewer throughout my career, I hope I can give a little bit of good advice considering the current state of the market. I don't want to mince my words, though. It is rougher than it's ever been. And in the past, it wasn't. And I don't want to mince words, though. It is rough out there right now. And in previous videos that I covered the state of the job market in, I showed that it wasn't that bad. But at this point, it kind of is. I know far too many people who are struggling to get jobs. And at the same time, I see the same mistakes over and over and over again. I want to break all of these down and try to give you a mini boot camp on what I think makes the most hireable engineers. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Let me... So I thought if I want Excalibur or not. I've Excalibur for this before. Do I need to do it again? I don't think I need to. Cool. We'll just go straight for it. To understand where the job market is now, it's important to understand where it was not long ago, because most of the education system and the advice that you're going to get online is focused on how the job market worked in 2019, 2021. It also worked like this way before then too. A key thing about tech jobs is that there were way more jobs than there were tech people. So if I needed 5 people on my team to work on a project and I only had 3, finding those other 2 was really difficult because the number of available engineers was relatively low. As such, we were more likely to open up junior roles, not because we needed somebody at a lower level or we just wanted to pay somebody less, but because it was so hard to find great engineers that you would roll the dice and hire people who were less likely to be meaningful contributors in hopes that eventually they would be. And if in this example, you need 2 really good engineers, maybe you'll hire 5 to 6 juniors. And if you have a 1 in 3 chance of them becoming really good someday, you might end up with 4 people who are kind of dead weight, but you would also end up with 2 that are really, really good. And eventually, those people will be able to run teams and do their own hiring and level up other engineers as well. Hiring a junior engineer isn't an exchange of money for code. It's usually an investment in a bet the business is making in hopes that long-term you'll become good enough to be a really useful contributor to that business. It's harsh to say it that way, but it is reality. Most junior engineers slow down their teams. However, if they level up fast enough and they really start to get what's going on, they stop slowing the team down and eventually can accelerate it really meaningfully. So the best thing to showcase in an interview will always be your ability to grow and adapt on the fly, because that's the best indicator that somebody might break out of that junior level and go far, far past it. But also, we had to hire like this because there weren't enough senior people for us to have working on our stuff. How do I word this next part? I want to think through how I want to do this next piece. Two really big things have happened that have made the job market work less like this. The first is the massive layoff waves that have been plaguing tech for a while now. If you haven't kept up, it's pretty brutal. In 2024, over 145,000 tech roles disappeared. 2023, it was even more, 260,000. That's a lot of engineers that were that's a lot of engineers who were employed that no longer are. And these people now are also looking for jobs. So if imagine I'm an engineer running a team with 5 people, we need 2 more. Previously, I was very likely to consider juniors in hopes they could level up and get to that point. Now, there are 260 to 400,000 senior plus engineers that have actual industry experience that are competing for those slots. The likelihood that I can get an actual experienced engineer is significantly higher, especially if somebody on my team has worked with one of those people who was laid off and they say, hey, my friend Joe here needs a job. I worked with him before. He's really good. They're going to skip the entire line and jump in front and be much more likely to get that role. There's a theme here, trust, and we're going to be going back to that in just a minute. Because first, I have to talk about problem 2, AI. This isn't, AI is going to ruin all our jobs, the big bad doom machine. It's just a realistic understanding that AI, I'm just trying to be realistic here. AI and the tools that are being built with it do represent a meaningful change in how jobs and tech roles work. On one hand, the need for less experienced engineers, as unproductive as they were, has gone down a bit, because training Claude to do what you need is both slightly more reliable and slightly less higher cap than what junior engineers could do. And honestly, in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm mentoring a junior when I'm working with Claude. It's roughly the same thing. But more importantly, it has accelerated what good engineers can do very heavily. If I have the option of teaching an employee on my team how to work with a specific code base, or just spend 20 minutes trying to get Claude to make the change I'm working on, I'm going to do the thing with Claude most of the time. It's just easier and faster. And I, as an experienced engineer, can be much more productive when I use these tools and can cover a much larger surface area that previously would have required more employees. That's not the biggest thing that AI has changed, though. AI has ruined the process of interviewing for earlier roles. It is horrifying. If you put up a job role, or if you put up an open role on the internet, like, hey, we're hiring for a junior, hit up this email address, you will immediately get thousands of emails from people AI generating the worst slop you've ever seen and calling it a resume, and then a 5 fucking paragraph or a 10-page cover letter that they had ChatGPT write for them. It is horrible. I cannot emphasize enough how miserable it is doing the actual recruiting and going through the never-ending large pile of resumes that are more and more full of AI crap. It's horrible. And I know it's hard to be sympathetic to the interviewer side when you're trying to get that first role fresh out of school, fresh out of boot camp, fresh out of learning React yourself. But you need to know the misery that is opening up a junior role for applications and the gigantic, unbelievably large number of shit resumes that are going to come in as a result. It sucks. It sucks so hard that most companies just give up on managing that stack of resumes entirely because it's not worth going through because it's entirely slop. Just years ago, those roles would have gotten a few hundred applications. Now it's tens, if not hundreds of thousands sometimes. I've seen people who had like 50 followers on Twitter post an open job role and in 24 hours get 10,000 applications. It's insane. So what do we do about this? If the number of senior employees looking for roles has gone up, the amount of shitty resumes has gone up, and the amount of roles as a whole has gone down, how can you possibly get a job? Is it time to just give up? I don't think so. Because there's one key thing that has been going down since all of this started. Trust. Trust is a hard to come by commodity nowadays. Everybody is lying. Everybody's AI generating and hallucinating shit. Every resume coming in is questionable at best. But do you know what isn't? Your own experience and the people that you have worked with. The best thing you can possibly have when looking for a job is trust. And there's a lot of different ways to build trust. The one everyone says is go contribute to open source. I have a whole video called Don't Contribute to Open Source that describes why this is a dumb idea and also gives a little bit of advice on how to do this right. But I want to focus on some more practical things. One of the biggest ones is being part of the community. You have no idea how many people pop up in my Twitch chat, show up in my Twitter replies, hang out on BlueSky, hang out in Discord, and just show, without even trying, that they know what they're doing. And it's very easy to start trusting these people, almost too easy. If you know what you're doing enough to hang out and watch the videos that I make all the time, there's a good chance you could be successful in the space, a very good chance. And due to the fact that so many people are here, it might feel like you can't stand out. You are wrong. It is very easy to stand out by just being around and being useful. If you have a high signal to noise ratio where when you show a link in chat, it's likely to be relevant and interesting, or when you reply to something on Twitter, it's likely to be useful or funny, I'll quickly build an association in my head with your username, your profile picture, brings value, is funny. These graphs in people's heads are relatively easy to manipulate, not in the derogatory trying to screw with people sense, but in the more realistic, people like the people that understand what they're doing sense. And it is so easy to build this type of trust if you just talk about the things you actually care about in spaces with other people who care about them. There is a catch, though. If you don't actually care about tech, you're kind of fucked. A lot of people got into software dev purely for the money. They don't even like computers. I knew a bunch of engineers I used to work with that didn't use computers in their spare time at all. They would just use their phones a little bit and then read books and watch movies. And that's fine. Good for them. But in era of AI, but in this new era of AI and the slow condensing of the field, The people who don't care are not going to make the cut. The ones who only came in for money, that aren't spending their spare time watching videos on my channel, playing with new open source libraries, and being part of these communities, they're absolutely fucked. And you have to go out of your way now to not look like one of them. And that sucks. It genuinely does, because there's plenty of people who can contribute plenty of fine code. But if you don't care, it is unlikely you're going to be better than the AI tools that we'll be using next year. And that's a very hard pill to swallow. But once you've swallowed it, you'll realize, oh, I actually do kind of care about this. I know my peers don't, but I was the one they were asking for help with their homework on. Those people can still have a ton of success. And if you're one of those, if this isn't the first of my videos you've watched, if you've hung out in the community, you've played with the tools I recommend, you've disagreed with things I've said, and you've been involved, you're fine. You just need to show the world that you do care and that you do know what you're doing. And the way to do that isn't spitting out hundreds of random GitHub repos. It's not throwing bad contributions to whatever projects you heard me talk about. The way to do that is being involved, hanging out, bringing value. Be realistic and honest. If there's something that I'm talking about that I missed a key point on, point it out. If I'm live streaming myself talking about things that you're familiar with and I say, hey, I need a source for this thing. Does anyone have it? And you do, go find it and bring it in. Make your name associated with value, and you will very quickly build trust with me. And I like to think I'm a good person to have trust you, because I've helped dozens of engineers get jobs in the last year alone, because I know a ton of companies that are hiring. But they're not hiring in the sense that they have a public listing that anybody can send a shitty AI-generated resume to. They're hiring in the sense that they're strategically building a team that has specific technical needs and requirements, and they want to make sure every bet they make is a trustworthy bet, because that's what hiring is. It is a type of gambling, and it's a type of gambling that sucks because people's healthcare is involved. But you have to be ready to roll the dice a bit and understand that the other side is rolling the dice too. It's your goal to make that roll look as likely to be successful as possible. Increase the likelihood that you're going to be successful for those companies, and the companies will see it the same way. You have to show them that you're very likely to be a good hire and very unlikely to be a bad one. And that's not as hard as it sounds. There's a lot of ways you can do this. I'm going to tell a bit of a personal story about an engineer that I met at Render ATL. I'm going to ask for her permission to share her name in this. I'm going to say it right now on the live, though, so FaZe has it for the edit. I'll hit her up after, just in case. But I met this engineer, Taylor, at Render ATL, and she was awesome. She asked a really good question after my talk about a niche use case for server actions in Next.js. And I decided to chat with her more after because I was curious. She had explored all the different things you could use around server actions. Apparently, there were 5 different libraries that you could wrap them with. I only knew about 2 of them, and I only tried one of them. And I wrote the one that I had tried. She had deeply investigated all of these solutions and had really good, useful thoughts on what all of them did. I'm going to retake that bit. She wanted to make sure she was using the right solutions with server actions. So she went out of her way to try a whole of these different options and came to me asking what my thoughts were about them. My thoughts were, well, I haven't done the research you have. I would love for you to share that research so I can do more with it. And I told her it would be awesome if she had done a blog post about it. Her response? Wait, other people care? Yes, if you care enough to do that type of research, to spend that time deep diving on different solutions to problems, document it and share it with the world. There's a decent chance nobody notices. There's also a decent chance someone does. And more importantly, if you're talking with people like me, and I go to your profile on BlueSky or Twitter or whatever, and I go to your blog, and I see you have this post that's really interesting to me, light bulbs start going off in my head like, oh, they get it. They're in. They're not just playing with these things to get a job. They care enough to deep dive on things I haven't even had the time to deep dive on yet. And that is the best signal I can imagine that someone is a trustworthy, potentially good hire. And there's one last piece that will always make hiring easier: friendships. If you have connections with other people, be it peers that you went to school with, coworkers you had in previous jobs, or just a friend from your hometown that happens to have a role in an engineering company. Try to maintain those relationships and try to nerd out and talk about these things with them. Obviously, if those people aren't actually nerds, they're just coding for the job and making the money, don't push it too hard. But if you can form a solid memory in their heads, oh shit, this person is associated with this thing going well, the likelihood that you can turn that into a job is very, very high. I learned this quickly after my time at Twitch because I learned this personally from my time at Twitch because as rough around the edges as I could be to work with, I'm not one to compromise where it would hurt our users. I was very deeply associated with things actually shipping. I became the guy that was pulled in when projects were going to miss their deadlines to make them not only hit their deadlines, but often exceed them so we could keep working on the things that actually mattered. And that association between me and shipping has persisted throughout my entire career. And I had a ton of opportunities come up, and I still do to this day, because somebody I worked with in the past has that association between me and actually getting shit done. Those associations last way longer than any role at any company will. And the people who build those associations are going to have their own jobs in the future at other places you might be interested in. That is so essential to succeeding. Because when I'm hiring, I'm kind of doing like a tier list in my head of what I want. If I have an open role on my team, the first thing I do is think about the people I know that'd be a good fit for that role. Once I've exhausted that list, if I can't find anybody, the next thing I do is mention it to the team. I'll say, hey, I kind of want to hire for this role. What do you guys think? And if somebody else says, I think that's a good idea, I actually know a person who would be perfect for it. They just got laid off at this company, and I think they'd be a good fit. That's the easiest interview in the world. They're probably going to get the job. If after that point, there's nobody on the immediate team that has a good referral for the role, maybe I'll post it as an internal job posting to see if anybody from a different team wants to transfer to my team. Because if we've already hired them and I can look at the work they've done and talk to their coworkers, the likelihood of a bad hire is significantly lower. And internal poaching is at an all-time high right now because it's so scary to hire someone that isn't a good pick. After all of those steps are exhausted, after I realized I don't know anybody, my team has realized they don't know anybody, and I can't poach anyone from another team at the company, finally, I might consider a traditional public job role listing. Maybe. But honestly, at this point, what I would probably do is be like, we don't need it that bad, and just get back to work. So if you do want to get a job fast, it's very important to do what you can to be in those first 3 tiers. And if you're stuck fighting at the 4th one, if you don't have friends in tech, if you're doing this alone, find a way to be less lonely, because that's going to be the thing that kills your career. It's not the opportunities that businesses have. It's not the companies that are not giving you offers. It's not the degree that you did or didn't spend all your money on. The thing that will kill your career is letting the loneliness get to you. Fight that. Find people that you can relate with, that you can nerd out with, that you can have these deep technical and life conversations with, so that you don't have to go through this shit alone. Because if you're going through it alone, I honestly don't know if you're going to make it now, because this shit kind of sucks. So make friends, build trust, show the world that you kind of know what you're talking about, and you won't have as bad of a time. And for everyone else, if you're just here for the money, good luck. That's all I got to say on this one. I hope this was helpful. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Happy I did that one. Not bad for unscripted. You're here, gamer girl. You're not a lone wolf. You're fine. I will say, if you are in chat, the likelihood that you're the lonely person I was calling out there is near 0. If you've replied to other people's messages in chat here, you are actually not that person. You have a place. It's here. This video is for the people who watched a shitload of tutorials, who went to college and made no friends and are now struggling to get a job and think they can do it by just adding more words to their resume. Those people need to change their process entirely. Did you notice how none of that video was resume advice or how to write a good cover letter? Fuck all of that. If you can competent enough that you could actually be a competent freelancer and network your back off. This was an angle I kind of wanted to cover, not directly, but the AI tools make it easier to level up. So getting to that senior plus level is more possible without a job. Previously, you needed a job and 2 to 3 years of experience to get that level of productivity. Now you can skip that much more easily with AI stuff. I just didn't want to make the video about skilling up. I wanted to make the video about building trust. Yeah, I've heard this. But I've also seen a lot of people do that externally. Did I get to ride the coattails of my friends in college who knew what they were doing? Kind of. But most of the friends I made during college were people I met on fucking Facebook hacker groups. So, meh. Does it suck? Yes. But if you make this the reason you fail, it will be. If you want to pick that as the thing that is your excuse for not making friends and not having these connections, you can. Are things harder for you objectively because you went to school during COVID rather than not? Sure. But it's not an excuse. It's just yet another thing. And we all have things like that we have to deal with. This is huge. This is awesome. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I had a video call with a guy I didn't know from Turkey to help him with a question that he posted in Theo's Discord about how to set up Create T3 Turbo in a certain way. Now he's a friend of mine. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is huge. I almost want to record more for the video with this. Ayub, is it okay if I use you as an example for this? Totally cool if you don't want to be in the video and you don't want me to. 100% fine, but cool. I don't know where else will fit in the video. I trust you guys to figure it out, FaZe and crew. We're getting some good messages, and I wanted to call out this one because I think it's a phenomenal example of what I'm talking about here. Let me just zoom in to it here. I had a video call with a guy I didn't know from Turkey to help him with a question that he posted in Theo's Discord about how to set up Create T3 app in a certain way. Now he's a good friend of mine. This is what I'm talking about. Ayub here had successfully made a connection, brought value, and built this mental association with, in that case, one person, but that could scale really far, really fast. So now if that person from Turkey that he met is hiring or is working at a company that is hiring, and he knows that you're looking for a role, you are so much more likely to snag that role. And if you do this for not just one person, maybe 3 or 4, maybe a few of those are public, and if it's in the Discord and the public question stuff, the answers are there too. And I and many others notice who is answering those questions and who is bringing the most value. Some of the best hiring help I have given companies was telling them who in my Discord answers questions the best. And they just straight up hired people from that. And now those people are running engineering at surprisingly large companies like Clerk. Yes, Clerk has a high up engineer that was found because they answered questions while in my Discord. These are some of the best ways to build trust, to have these relationships with people who get it and are in the field too. It's not that hard to do. Cool. Hopefully that's useful and you can cut to or from this here. Oh, look, my team. I literally met Igor through Twitch chat. Gabriel is my lead researcher. I found him because he was always posting useful links and sources and all the other things I needed to be successful with my video creation and pulled him onto the team. We also have Addie here, who has been beyond helpful. She's found a ton of connections and made a ton of friendships in the space, and now she's the one who reviews most of our videos before they go live. There's a ton of these, like Ethan met Reese through the server. If you watched my video on the faster version of McMaster, those two became friends through my Discord server, and they built that together. They might even do a startup in the future, knowing how these things tend to go. But these connections happen when you're a nerd and you hang out in spaces with other nerds. Take advantage of that. Don't be alone. Don't let yourself be the loner that doesn't have friends to talk about this stuff with. And don't use the fact that you went to school during COVID as an excuse, which I've seen a lot. It does suck, but you can still make these connections other ways. I made a lot of friends through weird Facebook groups about hacking stuff when I was in college, and those friendships ended up being essential to me finding success in the field. Cool. You can absolutely cut from there at some point. I trust you, FaZe. Yeah, those spaces were so huge. Yo, Sam, thank you for the 27 months. Fucking legend. And we and Grav here with the nice take. Thank you for the kind words. Local meetups aren't my favorite thing. They're like fine, but internet friends are more likely to have opportunities. I find a lot of people going to the meetups are going to find people to find jobs, not to nerd out and get deep in the weeds on shit. So it's not as reliable. Like funny enough, this rant happened because I went to a React meetup yesterday and people kept asking about finding a job at it. So I just needed to get this out of my system so I could point them at a video instead. Everything I just said, Godleve. You gotta make friends who have jobs at those companies. That's awesome to hear, Gamer Girl. I was real proud of that video. I'm happy it's doing well. Cool. We're at 4 hours. We got 4 solid videos out. This one's way too much work for today, so we'll not be doing that. How long is this one? This one requires a much deeper dive than I feel like doing at the moment. How about HTML white space? Also very long. Jesus Christ. Why do these two have to be this long? What the fuck? What? How? How is it that long? I kind of still want to do it. None of the rest of these are particularly simple to cover, and I wanted a nice short one to wrap up. This I don't care about anymore. Apparently they were going to do an Eng blog post about it. I don't think they ever did. So this is now dead. I think if I skip a bunch of this one, we can do it. What's this? TR video incoming, god damn it. We'll see what happens. Whether or not HTML is a programming language, it certainly has white space in it, and the ways that it's used are weird, and the ways that it behaves are even weirder. Think about it. When you have some HTML, like let's say you have a div, and you have content in it, you probably tab it to the side so it's shown to be inside the div. Where did that white space go, though? How does HTML work in such a way? How does HTML work in such a way where you can format it like that and also have things formatted properly on your pages? And when do the spaces you put into your text actually appear, and when do they not? These are all great questions, and it turns out there's a lot to know about here, because this is probably the longest article I've ever considered covering for a video, because HTML whitespace is fundamentally very, very broken. I am super excited to dive into this with y'all, but first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I've had a little bit of pain with HTML whitespace, but I am curious how deep this goes. Make sure. What does this button do? That just tweets the link. Douglas. Here, right there. Social links. Huge shout out to Doug Parker for writing this one. I am hyped. Apparently they're on the Angular team, which means they probably know whitespace better than anyone. Let's dive in. Recently, I was working on a project which required a deeper understanding of how whitespace works in HTML. I was never a fan of HTML whitespace behavior before, as I've been burned by it a few times. But as I dug into it more deeply, I found myself discovering complex design issues that I wanted to explore in a blog post. This is partially to write down my knowledge in the space for future reference, and partially to vent about how unnecessarily complicated it all is. I can't tell you how many of my own blog posts and even some of my videos were me writing down something that was hard so I could find it later on. I love that reason for writing things. Good stuff. Let's break it down. How whitespace actually works, why it works that way, the problems that the HTML tools have, how it should work, and of course, what we can do about it. That's cute, the link coming up there. Anyways. MD has an article that he cited here, but let's break it down, starting with inline elements. So if we have here, first, second, no space here, there is no space rendering it. We do first, space, second, we get a space between the two. This makes obvious sense. The difference between 1 and 2 is clear in the code. Obviously, the developer intentionally put a space in 2, and it follows that 1 would not have space between the links. Beyond single spaces, HTML is subject to whitespace collapsing, where multiple spaces are collapsed into a single space. That means adding additional spaces has no effect. It's exactly the same as having 1. Oh boy. We're going to go downhill really fast. I can already tell. New lines and tabs are also treated identically and collapsed into spaces. So here we have a new tab. So here we have a new line, and it becomes a space. Weird. New line implying spacing feels very strange to me. The space between the tags is rendered as an independent text node, meaning it doesn't inherit the styles from either of the A tags. It does not include an underscore, and clicking the white space doesn't trigger either link. Given the space in HTML is not within either A tag, seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, like how would you target that space? If you wanted to add like if we had both of these links had a class that applied a font size, how do we apply the font size to the space that gets auto-inserted between? Do you have to do that in a parent element? But let's keep experimenting. If we put this inside a span, then any leading and trailing white space is not preserved. So we have all the space here indented, and that doesn't get preserved. In those many spaces before A, they do not render to the user, because the white space at the start of a rendering block is removed completely. Typically, spaces which are visible to the user are referred to as significant, while spaces which are not rendered are considered insignificant. For the above example, the new line and indentation between the links are significant because they will be collapsed to a single space as well as being rendered. The indentation before the first link and the trailing new line after the second link are insignificant and not displayed to the user. Kind of weird that the new line is considered significant and gets displayed as one space, and none of the other spacing here is. Very strange. This also applies to white space inside of a tag. Consider these examples. So we have hello world with no space, and then hello world with a space in front. Still, the number of spaces in the rendered output is the same. This time I put one space at the end because it collapses it to one space. That's really weird. It's collapsing this space and all of this space into one space. Why? In 7, we see the space between world and exclamation point is preserved, and the space is underscored with the rest of the link. If you click the space precisely enough, you'll actually follow the link. That makes sense. It's really funny because you can't hit it there. It has to be within the click. That's weird. Seven actually shows even more collapsing because there's spaces between hello and world. As I mentioned before, there's a space here as well as a space here, but it's being collapsed into one for some reason. How does the browser actually decide, though? Fantastic question. What happens if we swap the order? So we put the space here and not there. It looks like the space goes to whichever one came first. So now that space is being included in the link, where here it wasn't because the space first occurred outside of the tag. Weird. I might have been able to guess some of these behaviors, but this is strange. Yeah, the white space is underscored because it was in the preceding node. This also highlights the most common footgun I've seen with HTML whitespace, links with extra spaces. Consider this example. Hello, space, link, puts this on a new line. Here is some long link text that is going onto its own line. Empty space here. Please take a look at it. Because the new line infers a white space, as we discussed earlier, that white space collapses this one. So even though you put the space here, since it implied a space due to the new line, this space gets collapsed into the one for the link. I have ran into this so many times, and it just clicked in my head why. Oh boy. Oh man, this is going to get bad fast, I can tell. Yeah. Since the link is on its own line, the text ends with a new line character before the closing A tag. That means the rendered output places the space within the link itself, so the underscore trails one character further than you might have expected. Yep, and as I said, since the space after gets collapsed into the link space, it's bad. Here's another fun one. Hello, here's a link with, hello, here is some long link text that goes on its own line. Please take a look at it. This works because the A tag is on its own line, but if you were to reformat it, it would break. That's great. Yeah, your formatter might not like this, but we'll get to it later. I already see people in chat calling out prettier. I don't know what I set the link to. I've already seen people in chat calling out prettier and how it does weird formatting and includes strings with empty spaces in weird ways. Almost all of that is to work around these things because we're all fighting the HTML spec as we do it. We probably should have thought about text and HTML slightly differently way back, but it's too late now. We're stuck with this. And it's also too late for you to bail. You're already however many minutes into the video. You're going to stick through. Let's be real. You have nothing else that you could be doing. Why else would you be watching a multi-hour-long video about white space? You know yourself. Anyways. Block elements. All of the above examples apply to inline HTML elements. Block elements are similar, but they preserve a little less white space. As mentioned earlier about inline elements, any spaces at the start or end of a line are dropped. Block elements work similarly. Any white space in a block formatting context becomes its own block, except that white space only blocks are then dropped entirely. That means any space around blocks is effectively ignored. So we have these two block elements, which are divs instead of spans, and we add white space. It doesn't get honored or used for anything. If you make them new lines, also doesn't do anything. The fact that all three of these render the same output is kind of weird. Recall that for inline elements, a space between them is significant and gets included in the format. Recall that for inline elements, a space between them is significant and it gets included in the former element. But for block elements, there is no difference between these examples because all the white space differences are ignored and new lines are placed between the blocks. Even in example 12 with no white space at all, since it infers the new line between blocks, the new line gets created here. Interesting. Now that you understand how blocks and inline elements work, let's do a quick pop quiz. How do you expect the following to render? A side is a block element, so it should follow the same rules as div. I don't know what a side does well enough to know for sure. Let's see what the actual answer is. You might intuitively think, well, a side is a block element, so it should follow the same rules. That is what I thought. And it's a very well-reasoned thought, apparently. And you're correct, most of the time. It's actually a trick question, though, because a side is a native block element, but it doesn't have to be. You can actually render different spacing based on how you style it. So we can have a side be display block, and it will work the same way. Or we can have it inline, and it will work the way that spans do. Fun. You can't actually trust the element type, because you could do display block or inline and break it. Yeah, the same HTML can lead to different whitespace behaviors. That might not sound too bad. After all, this is the exact layout difference. This is exactly the layout difference between block and inline. However, it actually changes the fundamental text content being displayed to the user. It is kind of crazy that a style change like that can actually change the text itself the user is seeing. Hadn't thought about it like that before. Yeah, I like how he's referring to this here. There is a real semantic difference between these two things, even if we're only applying that in styles. Obviously, you can change things like text content via styles, but you wouldn't expect a display change to affect how text is rendered and read. In JS, text content in inner text. Interesting. If you call the element and read text content, it will read different than if you call inner text, which will add the new line for block elements. Very interesting that these resolve differently depending on the CSS. So if you have different styles on your HTML, JS will read the text differently. That is weird. I did not think about this that way before. It's kind of strange that a CSS flag will change how inner text gets returned to you. Why? This is going to get so bad. I am scared. Oh, God. That's like HTML, CSS, and JS having this level of relations is something that always freaks me out. But God. Ugh. And people are mad at us for putting HTML and JS with JSX, and they're not complaining about this, though. Yeah. Per MDN, inner text is aware of styling, so it can tell the difference between these two examples in a way that text content cannot. You can even hear the difference with text-to-speech tools. Windows Narrator on Chrome treats block elements as different text fields, while inline elements are joined together into a single word. Here I put the word refrigerator split across multiple aside tags. The first attempt uses the default display block, while the second uses inline. This is probably just using narrator. Yeah, I don't want to speech to text. You get the idea. Narrator on the first attempt tries to read it as 4 different words. It converts fry to fried. Okay, never mind. We have to listen to this. I changed my mind.
Block versus inline refrigerator. Refrigerator.
Ow. That's... Yeah. Also, narrator trying to convert Fry to Friday. Oh. I've done my time trying to get speech to text stuff to work properly back at Twitch. It's so important, and it is so hard. There is, I believe, still a bug to this day on Twitch where whenever a new chat message comes in, every message in chat gets reread because most... I think this is specific to the Windows narrator tool, actually. Thinks the new element means the whole content of that div changed, and it rereads the whole thing. Whew. Yeah. These are the takeaways from the chaos we just saw here. First, white space handling of HTML content. First, white space handling of HTML content can be controlled purely through CSS. This is also interesting because it means the white space handling isn't done by the HTML parser. The parser must retain all spaces because it's actually the CSS layer, which decides whether or not those spaces are significant. I would not have realized this before, and I really like how the author led us here to realize this point. This is a really good article, and we're just getting started. Second, the actual content of a web page can be manipulated by CSS. The page should contain either refrigerator or refrigerator, regardless of the CSS applied. The presentation layer of CSS should not get to decide which of these two interpretations is correct. That's the HTML's job. This also implies the search engines may index differently. This also implies that search engines may index different textual content based on whether they process a page's CSS styling, which really bulldozes any idea of separation of concerns between HTML and CSS. I have a relevant example. Give me one moment. This is a message I got from some friends at Vercel recently. The SEO for Upload Thing has been a bitch for a while for a bunch of reasons that are very stupid and mostly not in our control. But it looks like the HTML parsing that exists within Google didn't handle the new lines properly. So we ended up with this weird Upload Thing, upload beta, better file uploads for, because it's the CSS all looks fine. If we go to uploadthing.com, which by the way you should, we're the best way to do file uploads. We have the new line here for developers, and this reads and looks fine. But apparently, if you don't read the CSS, Google's not smart enough and will do this wrong. I can't believe this article already solved a bug that I literally got messaged about yesterday, 1 day ago. Why is this a useful article? This was supposed to be a fun read, not useful and painful. I'm happy you guys get this. Yeah, this is pain. This is pain. We lost meta tags in a recent change. It's my fault that that happened, but still it is funny. I am in pain. Speaking of pain, let's look at pre-formatted text. But wait, I hear you say, if you don't like HTML spacing, just use the pre tag. Yeah, that's a valid point. HTML does have a pre-tag for pre-formatted text, which automatically preserves all white space. So here we have hello world, new line, I am pre-formatted, a bunch of space, text, which is interesting. Tabbed in, this new line is indented more than the rest. Awesome. This is going to go downhill fast, isn't it? No white space collapsing occurred, and all of the content is considered significant, except when it isn't. Thanks, HTML. There are actually two insignificant spaces here. The first new line that immediately followed the initial pre, yeah, there's a new line here. And that wasn't honored. But the last new line also wasn't. So there's a new line at the end here, and that didn't become a new line or space as well. Very fun. Neither of those new lines rendered. There is no blank line at the end. Neither of these new lines are rendered. There is no blank line at the start or end of the rendered result. Surprisingly, if we check text content, we don't see the first new line, but we do see the second one, even though it's not What? Why? Why is this here? It's not even being... What? So if we check this with the inner text thing, right? That's what it is. Yeah, inner text. What happens? What's the main playground that you just dump HTML? I'm just going to make an HTML file. Fuck this. Okay. I need to give it an ID. Do I have to... Okay, cool. I have that dot inner text. Okay, this one rendered with the new line, though. Is that because it's tabbed? Or did that just get included? Save without. Why? It's not here. It's not rendered. Why does inner text have different results? And if I kill the indenting here, why? The fuck? Okay, so text content and inner text are the same in this case, even though before they weren't. This detail hints at even more nuanced behavior, as white space at the start of a pre-tag is treated differently from the white space at the end, even though neither are shown to the user. So here we have the white space at the start. We have an extra white space here, and we have an extra one at the end. The start one gets collapsed, and the end one doesn't? Why? These two get dropped, and these two get collapsed into one. Why? If you put something in front, like an underscore, then it will honor it. Oh, if you put a space between them and the nearest new line. Okay, so the underscore makes the space visible, but if I just put a space here, and I put one here. I still have the page open. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that added those spaces. And the text content is now this /n space, which is meaningful because it means it'll actually render the new line where previously it wouldn't. Why? I hate all of this. Okay. There's an IQ meme here where like the dumb side, HTML isn't a programming language because it doesn't write, because you don't. There's an IQ meme here. We're on the dumb side. It's like HTML isn't a programming language because you don't write programs in it. The middle is, oh no, HTML is a programming language. And the right's HTML is not a programming language because it's fucking shit. What is this? I'm remembering that HTML was made to format things for printers, and it really, really shows. God. Yeah, and the new lines must be the first or last characters of the text. I can kind of see where the spec authors were going here. Usually, if you're putting a pre-tag on the page, you're probably going to put a new line before the content, like so. Like that. You're probably not going to do this, even though it would be more accurate when it comes to white space handling. The main takeaway is that even pre isn't as straightforward as you might have expected, despite being kind of the whole point of the tag. Not only that, but up until now, spaces and new lines have used the same collapsing behavior. This shows us that new lines and spaces can sometimes be treated distinctly from each other, and the ones at the start and the end can be treated differently too. What's the name of the like untab thing? The TypeScript library that lets you like make a string and it untabs it? I'm trying to remember the name of that. I brought it up a few times in recent content. Dedent, yeah. My empathy for the Dedent creators keeps going up. If you're not familiar with Dedent, it's a library for JS and TS that lets you have a string that has different indentations in it because you want to like have multiple lines for the string but still keep it readable, and it will handle those indentations and fix it for you. And also, if you want to make a new line like this to put the string in that way, it just handles all of these weird cases, which is really, really convenient. It now feels essential because HTML doesn't do any of this properly. God. Yeah. Back to pre. Pre is also just generally unergonomic. While the white spacing behavior is definitely more intuitive, you can't indent at all without affecting its content. Compare these two examples. So we have this indented, and it does the indent, and you have this indented, and now it's indented more. This is why I've never used a pre anything but inline, because this shit is so bad. Like if I wanted to do this right, and delete that space, you have to have this be all the way back. Now imagine we're 15 elements deep, and now all of a sudden this resets the tab indentation all the way to the side. Ugh. Gross. And this is probably what the library does in most cases, but I'm sure there are edge cases that are awful. Yeah, this example is diabolical. The fact that being deeper tabbed in means different rendered output is hilarious, because the whole point of HTML is you can nest things this way, and pre just breaks it. I still can't get over the fact that the new line on top doesn't render and the new line on bottom does. The fact that that and this are different, that if I move this pre-tag here, that's different than if it's on a new line, but the pre-tag on top, it doesn't matter for. What? Why? This is a descent into madness. Yeah, these both feel like they should contain the same text, and that's clearly a developer's intent. However, 21 is preceded by 4 spaces, and 22 is preceded by 8, and it's trailed with a new line and another 4 spaces. That's especially tricky because the indentation causes spaces to come after the trailing new line. So the pre-collapsing of a final new line doesn't apply because it's not the last character. So you end up with an extra blank space. Yeah, oh, even better. You get the new line in this one because you have that blank space here, and you don't in this one. This is actually going to kill me. Holy shit. Yeah, this is putting it lightly. I just wouldn't use pre. I'm never going to use pre again after this. Straight up. Holy shit. Someone in chat was asking if D-Dent could be this simple. Gamer Girl is very smart, and things probably could be that simple. But I know now reading this, it can't be. And if we look at the actual source code for D-Dent, it can't be. They're handling a lot of edge cases here. Ow. Thankfully, there is a white space property in CSS. I'm so excited for you to ruin this for me too. The white space CSS property adds even more... No, it shouldn't. It's supposed to make things easier. Why does it add more complexity? This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt me a lot, isn't it? I'm scared. It supports white space pre, which can basically opt any element into the pre-tags parsing rules. It also supports pre-line, pre-wrap, and a few other possible options to further configure the behavior for specific use cases. Oh, God. I have a feeling all of these options are going to have weird edge cases. As I mentioned earlier, whitespace processing is defined by CSS rules, not the HTML parser. So the standard which specifies this behavior is actually maintained by the CSS working group and primarily focuses on behaviors of the whitespace property. Between block elements, inline elements, and pre-tags, I think I've done a decent job justifying why HTML whitespace is confusing. However, if you still don't believe me, I'll also mention that Flexbox forces block rendering on its children, and inline block elements are also sensitive to minor whitespace changes. Because of course they are. I am so tempted to go down that rabbit hole, but if the author didn't on this giant article, I will trust his word and not do it. NBSP. Oh boy. So if this is all complicated and pre isn't the right solution, what other options are there? We've all been there. Two elements are right next to each other, and you need a little space between them. That's not what I do. Here's what I do. If I have two tags, href equals home. If I have these two things, and I have them in, let's say I have a nav element, and I want these to have a space between them, and I have them on the same line for some reason, I have a really simple solution. Look at that. My IDE is smart enough. Flex, gap 4. I don't trust HTML rendering at all. I personally just use CSS gap and flex containers because I don't trust it to this level. I've also done what chat is suggesting far too many times. Margin right 4px. Yep. Ow. If you've never understood what this actually is, NBSP is an HTML entity that represents... If you've never understood what this NBSP thing is before, it's quite simple. It's an HTML entity representing a no-break space. Specifically, it's a space which the browser will never line wrap on. Hello NBSP world will never be split up into hello and world on different lines, no matter how narrow the viewport gets. This is a useful but frequently misused tool. If you need a space between two elements, especially elements in an inline text content where devs frequently reach for this NBSP, you probably don't want the non-breaking behavior. That is a very fair point. If you would use that here, and this might render vertically in some places, it breaks. I knew it stood for non-breaking space, but I didn't think about the implications until now. Why does this feel like a must-read article for everybody who does web dev? This shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to know these things. If the entity appears outside of text content, such as between two blocks, then the non-breaking behavior doesn't even apply and it has no effect. So never mind. If you did put that here, it would be fine because these A tags are different blocks. Why? Instead, I suspect what devs really want from NBSP is its non-collapsible behavior. Multiple NBSP characters are not merged together and they can start or end lines. So here you can put a bunch of them and you'll have multiple spaces, which is actually apparently quite hard to do in HTML. Who would have thought? It's not considered white space like new lines, tabs, or general spaces are, so collapsing rules treat it like any other text. This sounds nice, but it comes with additional baggage. Beyond the non-breaking behavior, NBSP always takes up exactly one space worth of width, and this is never reduced. Except there is one extremely common scenario where spaces are eliminated, and that's line wrapping. Since it is non-breaking spaces, you'd think it would never line wrap, except as I mentioned above, the non-breaking behavior has no effect when it's used outside of text content. So if you use it to space out 2 blocks, you've created a line wrap problem. Check out this example. Let's start from the beginning. So we have NBSPs between these. We have the class, we have that first class block, we have the span, and we have another class block. What? All of those states made no sense. The fact that the big issue here, to be clear for people to understand, the space carrying over and being applied in front of this element never makes sense. Imagine if when text wrapped, it could move a space at the end of a line, and the end of a sentence, the end of a word, so that this gets spaced 1 character forward. Ugh. Oh, God. Yeah, the ideal behavior would be to show the space between the 2 squares when they're adjacent, but NBSP is not able to support that, and it always takes up space. Even the boxes are already separated due to line wrapping. I suspect most usage of NBSP actually have line wrapping bugs, which developers don't notice because they don't go out of their way to test this particular behavior. Okay, so what I'm hearing is going forward, the right way to write our HTML is inside a, let me do this. So what I'm hearing is the right way to write a blog post and to make sure your text is spaced correctly is to take your post and make it an array, hello, and then render this flex gap 1, right? That's 1 rem. That's not, I think 4 is 1 rem. Yeah, gap 4 for the 1 rem. And flex wrap. There we go. Here's the only safe way I found thus far to make sure wraps work properly. Are you fucking kidding? I'm in pain. Yeah, unfortunately, there is no great alternative to NBSP, which would handle line wraps correctly. The number 32 character sounds like the right entity, but it gets collapsed like regular space, so it doesn't help here either. So there is no non-collapsing space that still breaks properly. What? Yeah. Yeah, I hate that, like, I did this ironically, but it actually feels like the right way to do shit. Holy fuck this. So what's the correct solution for spacing out 2 elements? Well, it's probably best to do it in the CSS with margin. No, don't tell me my meme was right. I did that as a joke. No. I hate this. When people say that web dev isn't serious because it's not hard, they're delusional. Web dev isn't serious because it's too hard. You're just flipping the thing. Anyways. So apparently the correct solution is using margin or padding. Ow. But if you really need to, you can do a pre-tag or the whitespace property, which is probably best way to have maximum control over spacing behavior. However, I honestly can't blame you if you still end up reaching for NBSP. I don't have a great alternative beyond do it in CSS, which just isn't a drop-in solution. Oh boy. That's the problems, but how did we actually end up here? That's a great question because I can't imagine this being anything other than like a psychopath's desires to show us how bad things could be. Why do we make this language so complicated? I think the problem here is that all whitespace in HTML is ambiguous. Specifically, it's ambiguous with regard to the developer's intent. For any given space, did the developer mean for it to be displayed to the user, or did they just want to keep the code under the line length limits? It's impossible for the browser to know. To address this, the designers of HTML tried to come up with a set of rules which would roughly map the HTML code they wanted to write to the rendered output they wanted to create. So you, as a dev, have a UI in your head, and you just write out the HTML to display it, and usually the whitespace just works. I'm honestly kind of amazed at how consistently correct it is as is. Fair. To be fair, I hadn't thought about this deeply before this article. I just had a few weird bugs here and there. The fact that it usually does what we would usually expect is impressive. But holy fuck, are there skeletons in this closet? Yeah. But even that isn't 100% correct. Sometimes the developer doesn't expect whitespace to behave the way it does, and it leads to complicated, hard to understand bugs. Pre-tags simplify things that are intended to be use cases where whitespace is significant and needs to be retained, but it makes authoring those strings in HTML really awkward and overly precise. Developers are forced to choose between the default syntax that usually works and is convenient to write, or a pre-syntax which can be very precisely expressed. Developers are forced to choose between the default syntax that usually works and is convenient to write, or a pre-syntax which can be very precise in its expression of spacing that they want, but it's also incredibly awkward and inconvenient to work with. Contrast this with basically any other programming language where user-visible strings are syntactically distinct from the general whitespace. Like, in this case, JavaScript. This looks suspiciously similar to something I just did. Yeah. In this example, all of the spaces and new lines are explicit. Everything within quotes is intended for the end user, and everything outside of the quotes is intended for the developer. Fun fact, I've worked in a bunch of code bases, both at Twitch and outside, that had a lint rule on that you couldn't use bare strings in your JSX. The lint rules would error when you did this and force you to wrap it. I suddenly sympathize with their reasoning for it. I'm probably going to start turning that rule on in my code bases because I hate all of these behaviors and they have caused us enough pain at this point. Oh boy. Also, a reason this is useful is in the future, if you want to internationalize, you can have an international function that you wrap all of these strings with that will use them as a key to get the translated version, which is really, really handy. So having it in a string by default makes certain things in the future much easier too. So yeah. In this example, all the spaces in new lines are explicit. Everything within the quotes is intended for the end user, and everything outside is intended for the developer. The format has its own problems. Multi-line text can get very awkward, for example, but at least it's unambiguous whether any given space is significant to the end user or insignificant and intended only for the dev. Just imagine working in a language where text didn't need to be quoted. All I can remember is what? Like the WAT talk where they added bare strings support to Ruby. Ugh. Yeah, this, like, obviously this is bad. Nobody would say otherwise. Like this, don't do this. And it sounds awful. And I have no idea how that would work. Except you don't need to imagine such a situation because you already write HTML which works exactly like this. And despite writing a whole blog post on the matter, I have no idea how it works either. Also, if you believe HTML syntax is justified because it's intended to represent documents and occasionally authored by non-devs, I just want to say, no, it isn't. Is this a whole separate... Oh, this is at the bottom. Isn't HTML just a document? No. Excited for that part. We'll get there, though. Don't want to skip too far ahead. HTML tooling. Let's zoom out from the browser to talk about the developer experience writing HTML. Let's zoom out from the browser to talk about the developer writing the HTML and the tools which help them succeed. Any tool which processes HTML needs to understand these whitespace semantics. So let's look at 3. Automated format. I don't know why I can't say the word automated. So let's look at 3. Automated formatting, content management systems, and minification. I did not think about minification, and I am suddenly very scared. Automated formatting. For as long as we've had code, we've had arguments about the best way to write it. Everyone's got an opinion, and all of them except mine are wrong. How did he know? How do you know that my opinions are always right? Good author. So we use tools which automatically format everyone's code into a single, consistent, agreed-upon format. Sounds great. It doesn't just sound great, it is. I will die on that hill. Prettier is one of the tools that has had the most meaningful impact on the way that we develop since, like, C. The amount of impact Prettier has had in how most devs actually write code and think about things. The fact that formatting of code isn't a debate constantly anymore is a huge win. And it doesn't just sound great, it is. But there are certainly going to be problems here, and I'm scared. The problem with this is that formatting regularly changes white space. A long element can be broken up into multiple lines. Like here, it breaks it like that. I had this problem when I was writing the quick demo I just did with this HTML file. When I save, it reformats. And I had to fight that reformatting the entire time by using a different save command so it wouldn't change what I had done. Anything affecting indenting can also cause line breaks. For example, consider adding a wrapper div. Also, because the CSS determines inline behavior or block behavior, if the HTML file being formatted doesn't have a formatter smart enough to know what's happening from the CSS, that can break really bad, actually. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah. So before we had this HTML, after we added this wrapper, which pushes this over the line length, which then causes it to be wrapped. And obviously this shouldn't cause a change in what the user sees, but it can. Yeah. These formatting changes are intended to be no-ops. They make my life easier as a dev, but they should never change significant white space for the user, except that they do change significant white space because they introduce leading and trailing spaces. Consider this example. I know this example. I've done this before. It sucks. We have this. Check out my space website, space, and read my blog. And this renders correct with the website part having the space separate and not included in the tag. And it's going to include the space at the end here in the link. I have seen and read so many blogs where this happens. I know what's... Ha! Called it. I did know this one. I didn't know why this happened before, but now I do. I hate this language. Yeah, that's horrible. That this becoming a new line doesn't do anything wrong in the front, only for that new line. Why? Why? Prettier has an option for this called HTML whitespace sensitivity. Setting this to ignore will allow the above change, so the formatted code looks great, but it might break your UI. Strict will avoid introducing a significant whitespace change for your UI, but it leads to truly pretty HTML. I did not think Prettier could spit that code out. What? I've never seen code formatted like... Apparently other people in chat have, but I've never seen code like that before. Yeah, this is... I am so tired of the DuckDuckGo fucking search not working. This looks like what I would expect from Shittier, which I have a video on. It's like Prettier, but awful. Takes your well-formatted code, and it does that to it. That is what this looks like to me. I'm in pain. In strict mode, Prettier can't introduce a new line between the A tag and the word web because that could change the rendered output. Instead, it has to put the new line inside the A start tag since it's the only location it can add an insignificant white space. Same for the closing tag and the following and. Prettier also has an HTML whitespace sensitivity CSS option, which tells it to respect the default values of CSS display properly. Prettier also has an HTML whitespace sensitivity CSS option, which tells it to respect the default values of the CSS display property. Hopefully, after reading this post, you should know what that means. Given a div tag, it can format with the ignore behavior because leading and trailing whitespaces aren't significant in block render contexts. Span tags will use the strict behavior because the leading and trailing whitespace is significant. That makes a lot of sense as a middle ground between ignore and strict. But after reading this post, you should also know that it's not entirely accurate, and it breaks if you do something like div display inline. Prettier doesn't know anything about your CSS, so it can only infer the default display for a given. Prettier doesn't know anything about your CSS, so it can only infer the default display for a given tag. It can't know the actual display value used at runtime. I predicted this one. Look at me. I'm learning through the article. Who would have thought? No shame on Prettier here, by the way. I can't blame the tool for formatting HTML like this. The CSS mode is actually a very useful middle ground for getting the nicer ignore formatting in at least most of this case. God, I read that terribly. The CSS mode is actually a very useful middle ground for getting the nicer ignore formatting in at least most of the cases where it won't have any negative effects while still using strict, where it's likely to be important. Again, the real problem here is that HTML whitespace is ambiguous and can't tell that Prettier wants to ignore whitespace for the developer's benefit without affecting the rendered output. Yeah, you can't know in the HTML what the whitespace behavior is, which is insane to me. The fact that you can't know the actual whitespace behavior without knowing the CSS display and whitespace properties is just the cherry on top that cements the HTML formatting as a fundamentally unsolvable problem. And that's just the first of these three places. Content management systems. Many hands are involved in developing and shipping a web page from scratch to its end users. Web devs, designers, product managers, and so much more participate in various parts of the process. As a result, the idea of a single individual writing an entire web page from scratch in an HTML file is relatively rare in the year 2024. Sorry, Alex Russell. Real talk, though. This is a very real and important point. Most web pages have content from lots of people, many of which aren't devs and don't know all this bullshit. A very common scenario is for a web dev to focus on the HTML parts of the page while the marketing, product, and localization teams are focused on the raw text content inside a separate content management system, a CMS. An e-commerce site selling shoes probably doesn't want to file a bug with the developers every time they need to update the marketing copy for how many shoes. An e-commerce site selling shoes probably doesn't want to file a bug with the God, I don't know why I can't read today. An e-commerce site selling shoes probably doesn't want to file a bug with the devs every time they need to update the marketing copy for how the shoes will make you a faster runner in a not at all legally binding manner. And as a result, the modern HTML code looks less like span, fast shoes, close tag, and more like this. It's actually funny I brought up the translations thing because this is actually what ends up happening. CMS.getString, shoes.description. Yep, you get the idea. This sounds straightforward, but it pulls on a whole host of whitespace issues. The content is displayed in an HTML context. The content is displayed in HTML context, meaning HTML's whitespace rules still apply. However, the author of the text likely doesn't know that. Yeah, the fact that whoever fills out the formatting request or the internationalization request or whatever is generating the string that gets put here, there's no way they know about all these quirks because I didn't know about all these quirks. Whew. This sounds straightforward, but it pulls on a whole host of whitespace issues. The content is displayed in an HTML Sorry, I already read that part. For example, if the text starts or ends with a whitespace, the whitespace will naturally be placed into the span, and that will affect spacing with adjacent elements. Another possibility is if the marketing team is led by one of those people who insists on all sentences ending with two spaces after a period. Those two spaces will be collapsed into a single space and lead to a very upset marketing team, which directly leads to a mildly annoyed development team. Yep. God, I don't want to tangent on this too hard. I hate the two spaces after a sentence people. They're worse than the people who are against... they're worse than the people who hate Oxford commas. I like Oxford commas. Not as much as I like trailing commas. Don't you do a comma tier list? Penciling that one down for later. Anyways. Those use cases are possible, but not exactly common, and likely something that most devs can just ignore. However, you have to imagine the marketing team is looking at a text field like this, where you have the shoes will make you new line, the fastest runner around, 2 new lines, star, not legally binding. Marketing is interpreting the content as plain text, but that's not how HTML works, linking to the document thing at the bottom. As a result, they end up looking at completely borked disclaimers. I've seen something like this on so many sites. You'd think the CMS should be able to solve around this problem, but it can't. There are 2 new lines between the word around here and the star. But there's no trivial replacement which will prevent them from being collapsed into a single space. The only viable option here is to render all text as pre, which is a very heavy-handed solution, and it forces whole white space to be retained when likely only some of it actually mattered. For example, the new lines between you and the are likely just the author avoiding a horizontal scroll bar in the text area, not a hard line break, which end users should see. Realistically, both the CMS and the individual writing the copy need some understanding of HTML whitespacing collapse rules in order to know what will be applied and what you will see here. One other negative effect is that it becomes difficult to reuse text content between multiple front ends. For example, if the same shoes are displayed in a native Android or iOS app, which doesn't have the same whitespace collapsing behavior, they will render the same text differently. This makes it very difficult to ensure the same text is actually rendered consistently and implicitly couples any text rendered to HTML itself to the whitespace collapsing rules of that environment, even though the raw text itself should be independently usable in any front end. Yep. I've ran into this too with, again, Android and iOS and translations. Ugh. I will also say React Native they put a lot of work into solving handfuls of these problems. So I guess this is a point to React Native and a lot of points against HTML. And everyone's favorite, minification. The same problem exists for HTML minifiers. Tools which remove unnecessary content from web pages to reduce file size. Multiple spaces are equivalent to single spaces, so they can be pretty easily reduced. Like this. Can be turned to that. But they also need to retain the leading and trailing spaces for the same reasons as mentioned above. HTML minifiers can't know for certain what elements will render in what kind of contexts and exactly what the whitespace behavior will be. Therefore, they need to retain a bunch of spaces which likely don't matter just to make sure they retain the one space which does matter and accept a larger output file size, penalizing all users of the page. I don't want to think about what percentage of HTML being sent down the wire is unused whitespace because it'll make me sad. So I'm going to not think about that. So how can we fix this? Since all of this is so complicated and involved, it'd be great to fix HTML so all the whitespace problems go away. Is that even possible? What would it look like? I don't have a perfect solution in mind, but I do have some thoughts. As I mentioned earlier, the root of the problem is that whitespace in HTML is ambiguous. Does the space exist to support the dev, or does it exist to be readable to the end user? That question is unanswerable and is the core problem that we should fix here. The best way to do this is to change the HTML syntax such that significant whitespace is syntactically distinct from insignificant whitespace. The obvious approach is to just do it like every other programming language. Quote your strings. I'm not fully opposed to this. Let's see where things end up. I see your disgusted reaction, and honestly, I kind of get it. I'm not disgusted. Might be because my background is normal programming languages and not HTML, but to each their own. I don't think this looks very good either, and I wouldn't exactly want to write it. It's not particularly elegant, and I hate the leading spaces necessary on all but the first line. So inconsistent. In this proposed syntax, we at least have implicit concatenation like Python, so you don't need the plus signs everywhere. The idea is that all spaces inside the quotes are significant and retained for the user, while all spaces outside the quotes are insignificant and used solely for the dev. Whitespace characters like tabs are allowed and preserved when used within quotes. New lines are banned by default is it would be way too easy to forget a closing quote and introduce unintended significant spacing. Therefore, a quoted new line is a syntax error. Interesting. An LF HTML entity would allow for new lines to be directly specified, or you could use a triple quote syntax to define a multi-line string. But what about these tabs? What happens to those? Ddent stays winning. Lots of languages have triple quote syntax like this, and my suggestion is to follow C#'s example by making the indentation. Lots of languages have triple quote syntax like this, and my suggestion is to follow C#'s example by making them indentation aware. The opening and closing triple quotes the opening and closing triple quote tokens need to be the last and first tokens of their respective lines, and the text content between them must be indented to match. That actually, cool. That makes a lot of sense. Since this is indented this far, the text under has to be indented the same amount. And if it indents more, then it includes that. And if it indents less, error. That's cool. Look at C# continuing to do things right and forcing all of us to accept that our languages suck. If you don't already know, C# was created by the same person as TypeScript, which I find really fun. Anyways. This formats nicely while still allowing precise white space to be added where it's needed. Aside from adding quotes, there's a couple other changes which need to be made. Any text outside of a quoted string is a syntax error. Yep, that I'm fine with. I mentioned before, Linton rules already can do this, and I think it makes sense. How it renders that text is up to the browser. I really don't care what the fallback behavior is, given that browsers tend to not throw errors on bad HTML. You can put some terrible HTML in the browser, and it will do what it's supposed to do. Well, I guess not, because it's doing things that shouldn't. Anyways. The main point is that any tool is free to treat unquoted text as a syntax error along the same lines of putting a span inside of the div tag like that. Whitespace needs to be removed or reworked to always use the standard whitespace behavior. It can still control line wrapping and other presentational aspects. It's just the raw text content which should be consistent across all options. This reduces the dependency on CSS to understand how HTML text is parsed. And point 3, pre-tags should be removed. I'm okay with just doing this anyways at this point. All text is pre-formatted because it's inside of quotes, so having a special tag is no longer needed. Formatting arbitrary user inputs into a quoted string is not meaningfully harder than HTML escaping the string already is today, so there's no value in keeping the pre-tags around. And also, you keep this as a backwards compatible feature, which is an exception to the no unquoted strings rule, but a purist implementation of the proposal would remove it entirely. Yeah, I say kill it. That's where I vote for sure. Anyways. Would this solve the problem? Since whitespace is no longer ambiguous, we don't need whitespace collapsing anymore. Whitespace outside the quotes is removed altogether, while whitespace inside of them is preserved. No collapsing needed. Developers can add multiple spaces without needing the NBSP. Finally, we can just put space in things and it works. Prettier and other formatters can adjust the developer side of the whitespace as much as they want, and even join and split string literals to move them across multiple lines without changing the rendered output. Dope. CMSs can be greatly simplified as well, since there's no whitespace behavior for them to understand or preserve. Whatever text marketing gives just gets wrapped in quotes and either replaces the /n with an LF or it uses triple quotes. This way, it outputs the way marketing intended. Dope. Minifiers can also drop all whitespace outside of quotes and be fine. You can even merge the quotes together. Look at that. Sadly, this doesn't solve the narrator issue that we described earlier. Two strings still need to be treated distinctly in a block formatting context, while strings would be implicitly joined in an inline formatting context. So this problem, if you do this for some reason, actually, I shouldn't say if you do this for some reason, because we do this with things like the upload thing logo. It's pretty common. Yeah. You still need inline elements to join together, so it's possible to style and control parts of words. For example, adding emphasis only to part of a word. Not fun. I don't see a good solution to this without completely reworking HTML's rendering model such that every tag has a statically knowable formatting context, which is a much more complicated change to make. So what is the DX impact? I get a lot of devs would probably push back on adding quotes to everything because of the negative DX impact. To preempt some of those arguments, I'll remind you of a few points I've hopefully made clear. 1, today's confusing whitespace rules are their own DX problems. 2, HTML tooling becomes more stable. 3, HTML already breaks the rules of common text formatting. And 4, every other language already works this way. Don't we want HTML to be a programming language? Shouldn't it work like one? An alternative approach could use whitespace control characters like nunjucks implementation to achieve a different solution to the problem. However, I think it actually leads to overall worse DX. Interesting. Yeah. This part's detailed, but I'll TLDR it. We can't just ship because all of HTML needs to be backwards compatible, and this would break a ton of things. It would be very complicated to add this in like this. So what can we do instead? A non-collapsible. This is what I thought it was immediately. This would make a ton of sense. An NCSP, even what I was thinking there. This author did a phenomenal job of showing us how he's thinking so we can come to the same conclusions he does along with him. This is phenomenal. The one fix I can think of is to find a drop-in replacement for NBSP. If developers want a non-collapsible space, which doesn't come with the baggage of non-breaking and forced-width behaviors, then we can come up with a new entity which meets those needs. My suggestion, add a new named HTML entity, NCSP, for non-collapsible space. It's a regular space which does not get collapsed. This would take on the non-collapsible benefits of NBSP, while dropping the non-breaking and forced-width behaviors which lead to line wrapping issues. When you just want to add a space, NCSP is likely closer to what you actually want and look better with the line wrapped too. Given the layering of HTML parser and CSS today, I suspect this would actually require an entirely new Unicode character representing a non-collapsible space, distinct from the existing space character. Except Unicode is used in more than just HTML, so now everything has to support it. Great. The fact that we might have to make changes to Unicode because HTML sucks is really funny. Yeah. Apparently, the author filed an issue with the CSS working group to discuss adding this directly. I'm going to go hit the upvote button on this. I'm the third person to like this issue. I'm going to make a request. Do not be annoying on this GitHub issue. Do not leave comments. Do not spam them. Do not make their lives harder. But if you are interested in supporting, there will be a link in the description so you can give it a thumbs up. I'm going to retake that so you don't have to see me like flying around my computer the whole time. Cool. So I will politely request, I am going to post this link. It will be in the description. Do not be annoying. Do not spam it with comments. Do not make us look bad. Just go hit the thumbs up if you think this is a good idea. And don't touch anything else if you can. I don't want to cause them problems. I just want them to know that we support this idea if we support this idea. That's it. Notice how quickly this is changing now I mentioned it. I was like number 3. I'm proud. Practical advice. Given that we can't fix HTML, what can we do? Understanding the actual whitespace behavior of HTML goes a long way, but as you probably figured it out, it's surprisingly complicated, and I don't think it really scales to expect everyone who writes HTML to fully understand it, nor would I expect a typical code reviewer to spot whitespace bugs looking only at the HTML code. Fortunately, HTML whitespace does usually work, and we can often rely on that. It's mainly about minimizing edge case behavior where you need to look up a blog post like this. Rather than preventing unexpected collapsing behavior, we can mitigate the issue to be less of a problem in practice. To that end, I have a few suggestions, all of which use the term avoid rather than never, since they're focused on more on mitigation rather than prevention. Avoid leading and trailing whitespace in links. Good call. Do your best to not have white spaces in new lines with link tags. In my experience, links are by far the biggest challenge with whitespace, given that they are underlined by default and it's a common style. While spacing might be incorrect in many situations, the underline is usually where it becomes a noticeable problem that needs to be fixed. Totally agree. Avoid changing layout behavior with display. So don't set display block on things that shouldn't be blocks, like asides or spans. Yeah. And if you can, use an additional tag to say what you want it to be. So if you want an aside to work inline instead of block, put a span in there so it does. Span roles assign, that scares me. And I like that the author called out there might be accessibility implications. So don't do that unless you're confident in it. Apparently, the same guidance should apply to usage of flexbox and grid, both of which force the children to be block elements in a way that formatters would be unable to detect. Therefore, flex and grid elements should always contain child tags, which are block formatted by default, like using div instead of span, in order to align with the formatter's expectations. Is this a pro Tailwind post now that I think about it? Like, doesn't Tailwind give us much more of this information? I'm going to overthink that. Back to this. Avoid changing collapsing behavior with whitespace. Yeah. Avoid using the whitespace CSS tag to the best of your ability because it makes things much weirder in your HTML. Also, avoid insignificant whitespace in pre-tags. So if you are using a pre-tag, deal with the fact that you can't use tabs anymore. It sucks, but you have to. Yeah, I don't like the look either, but the approach avoids the confusing leading and trailing new line behaviors, and it prevents indentation accidentally leaking into the content. None of these suggestions really help HTML tooling maintainers, unfortunately, since they still need to deal with whitespace regardless. But I warned you at the start, this post is partially for sharing knowledge and partially for venting about how awful the whitespace in HTML actually is. Well, I hope me reading this has been some amount of relief and you feel like you were able to vent. Commisery is important, and I'm very much commiserating. This GIF. Okay, fine, but I'm going to complain the whole time. Yep. The appendix is full of more fun gems, and I'll leave this to you, the watcher, to go look at, because the links is always in the description. I think it's really good. What is this? Is this a different article? Oh, this is in the appendix, yeah. The appendix includes this very fun section. Isn't HTML just a document? And as tempted as I am to read it, you should go read the article so you can have it yourself. And the author deserves it. So go check it out. Once again, huge shout to Doug Parker for writing this one. I'm going to go do a thing quick. Make sure I got their handle right. And a link to the post and the thank you has been made. That was great. Go give Doug a follow. Let me know what you think. And until next time, keep your white spaces safe. That hurt me. The author was on BlueSky, so I posted on there. That was phenomenal. I really genuinely enjoyed that. Let me grab the author's BlueSky too. Cool. Still got 5 videos out. What was the fucking surfer thing everybody keeps asking me about? The new ID, it's like Codium or Code whatever. Never been a trading card Pokemon guy. There's like enough people asked me about the new Codium thing. Yeah, windsurf. I was asked enough times that I probably should do this one quick. I know it's in my pocket, but I think we have to. I have to send a text quick. One sec. I'm going to figure out food first and we'll cover this. Because I'm going to want to eat and lie down after doing yet another thing. So many good options. Fuck. I actually cooked a bunch yesterday, but I don't normally cook too often. Normally Mark does for me, but just waiting to get this order in. One sec. Cool. Sorry, getting that in. And it's absolutely a business expense today because I'm doing work, and that's the reason I can't cook. So, cool. Business expense, food ordered. Back to it. I markered end of white space, right? Just in case I forgot to.
Really excited about the.
Oh no. We'll watch that in a sec. Anyways. Remember how just a few days ago Super Maven disappeared as part. Remember how just a few days ago we ended up with one less code AI tool because Cursor consumed Super Maven? I know technically Super Maven is going to keep existing and everything's. I don't like this intro anymore. I want a funny, sarcastic intro for this. Another Tuesday, another new editor. How do I want to do this? Yeah. Breaking news. There is yet another AI code editor. I know, unbelievable, right? Why would anybody ever make a tool like this? It's not like people are using them or there's a lot of them that exist already, right? Today's is pretty interesting, though, because it's a company that's already been doing AI tools that has now moved to doing IDEs. The company is Codium, and the tool is Windsurf, and it's built to keep you in flow state. It seems interesting and different, and I have thoughts, but I also should download it first. Yeah. So we're going to retake on that. It's yet another IDE built around AI, but Codium isn't just some random company trying to do this. They've been building extensions to make AI coding better for a while now, and I'm actually pretty excited to see what they might have cooked up here. So we're going to download it, play with it, look at what their goals are here, watch whatever, hopefully not cringe video they made for it. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I am so scared of what this is going to be. I'm notoriously anti-company YouTube channel, so let's see how much this one hurts me. I've been warned that it is cringe, but in a, quote, good way. We'll see how I feel. I need to check for copywritten music first. Deal copywritten music. Points to Codium for that.
Hey, my name is Varun from Codium, and today we're launching the Windsurf editor. Think about the last time you felt magic with technology. The first ChatGPT question, the first smartphone interaction, or the very first internet search. Magic happens when the interaction with technology is intuitive, but it's also obvious that something super powerful is happening under the surface. So what does true magic look like for software development? We believe it's an editor where you and the AI can truly mind meld, with information naturally and infinitely flowing between the two without any friction, giving you instant, invaluable AI developer assistance where you want it and when you want it. And that's the core Windsurf editor paradigm shift.
Oh, yeah. I like it. This sounds super high ROI. High! Ha! Get up high. Yeah, Varun. Keep going.
Okay, that was an unexpected cameo and is pretty funny.
Copilots are collaborative, but can only work on small scopes. Agents can do larger tasks, but are not collaborative. Both are very useful, but we realize that this real magic will happen when the AI has the ability to be both collaborative and independently powerful, all wrapped up in an intuitive interface. That is an AI flow, which is what we think comes after AI agents. The core motivation of creating the Windsurf editor was to natively expose flows.
I already think AI agent is at best a made up term. It's just one of those phrases that means different things to everyone. AI flow sounds like the natural next step of making up our own terms. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Starting with Cascade, the flow evolution of chat. Flows create magic by giving the AI access to three things: knowledge, tools, and human actions.
Why do all of these things have so many made up words?
Let's start with knowledge. Here is us asking Cascade to add doc strings to all integration tests in a production code base.
Is that a one-click add docstring button that just appears at the top? Okay. If there are certain common behaviors that it's smart enough to put things at the top of like that I could see being useful.
To do this well, Cascade needs to rip through all the code, identify the integration tests, understand what those tests are testing, and generate contextually relevant doc strings. That's a lot of deep code-based understanding. Most attempts from other companies have normally degraded quickly as code bases get larger and more complex. But that's where our multiple years of creating powerful context awareness systems gives Cascade the edge. Next up is tools. We have given Cascade access to tools like list directory, grep, edit file, add file, and more. This allows Cascade to be independent. But Cascade takes it further than any other agentic system by also generating commands to be run. Here is Cascade installing a requirements.txt file and independently realizing that it needed to use Python 3 instead of Python given my environment.
Okay, that's kind of cool. There's a bit of this in like Bolt, which was impressive to me. Like when you use bolt.new, which inherent, they've sponsored videos before. They never paid me to say anything specific. They just told me to feature them for 30-second spots in videos. One of the things it did well is when you tell it to do something like create a doc site with VitePress, it installs the depths and runs the npm start command in a JavaScript node container called the web container in the browser. But they're the only tool I've seen that like runs commands based on what your intent is before. So it's interesting seeing that in my editor. I also hate terminals in my editor. I personally have my IDE and my terminal separately. Some people put their editor in their terminal. Some people put the terminal in their editor. I like them separate. It's just how I am.
Or here is Cascade suggesting to move files. Don't worry, the human is in the loop approving the commands. But Cascade can truly take action by utilizing the broadest set of tools. Finally is human action. This is where the collaborative aspect of flows really shines. Cascade lives in your editor. So if you make some changes in the text editor, as shown here, you can just ask Cascade to continue, and it will pick up right where you left off. Cascade truly understands your intent because you and the AI...
Did it type continue or did it just have that option? Oh, that's kind of cool that it has the workflows here to just click, but I hate how much space that's taking up on the side there.
Shown here, you can just ask Cascade to continue, and it will pick up right where you left off. Cascade truly understands your intent because you and the AI are always operating on top of the same state of the world. We brought together knowledge, tools, and human actions to create the next generation of AI systems.
From the first prototype we built, Cascade was...
I'll be honest, I watched that whole section in hopes that we'd have another funny cut with an unexpected guest, and we didn't, and now I feel scammed.
already great at building small 0 to 1 apps. But our goal has always been to help developers with the most ambitious projects that they could dream of, the kind of thing that takes more than a weekend to build. So we've invested a lot of effort into making it a better partner for when you're contributing to large, sophisticated code bases. When the engineers inside of Codium started to rely on Cascade to work on our own production code base, we knew that we had something. Cascade is a fundamental leap from what was possible before, and we're really excited to be able to share it with you now. No waitlist necessary. Of course, this is just the beginning. We know that Cascade has the potential to do more impressive tasks on larger, more complex code bases, predicting more of your intent by looking ahead on the joint developer AI timeline, and bringing in multiple developers into the same conversation, allowing for AI to participate in your day-to-day collaboration with your colleagues, and extending the flows across more of the key work surfaces involved in software development, such as documentation, work planning, and code review, so that the AI can stay in lockstep with you through all of your work.
This whole part's just buzzy. I'm going to skip and see if there's So I said the ending was good. So we'll skip to that. Cut that whole rant out if you can, FaZe.
so that you can build more.
We're really excited about the Windsurf editor. The team's been working incredibly hard on it. It is a fork of VS Code, and yes, we do know the memes, but there wasn't a need to rebuild everything from scratch. The Windsurf editor should feel familiar and intuitive, but with capabilities like Cascade, you should also internalize that something super powerful is going on under the surface. The editor will also give us the ability to give every developer another magical moment with technology. It's why we call the Windsurf editor tomorrow's editor today. So, what do you think?
What do I think? What do I think, Varun? I'll tell you what I think. I think this Windsurf editor flies. It's really fast. I think this is the next big thing. Now, when can people expect it, Varun? When?
You can experience the magic today at windsurf.ai.
Windsurf.ai, fuckers.
I respect that. Closing with windsurf.ai fuckers when you've clearly spent
Varun,
this much money.
Fucking kill
Oh, there's more.
Today at windsurf.ai.
Windsurf.ai, fuckers. Fucking Varun, man, you fucking killed it. And congrats on the new office space, man. I mean, look at this. Fucking great. Oh, the Windsurf app. How does it open?
Good overall. I have a lot of little things I would have done differently with the edit, but I don't want to rant about that. We're here for an editor and not a video editor as much as I want to talk about Final Cut Pro 11 right now. Believe me, I want to be playing with Final Cut right now, and it hurts me every moment that I'm not. I downloaded this. Where is it? Oh, why did it fail the first time? What the fuck? Come on, there we go. Open. Welcome to Windsurf. They don't even let me import from Cursor, where my current most up-to-date settings are. Fine, I'll then put Windsurf in path. Sure. 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 One moment. No GitHub sign in on a code tool will always make me so suspicious. Hi, Theo. Let's surf. It just installed Super Maven. I should probably disable that. Cursor was smart enough to give me a warning saying, hey, having that installed might cause conflicts. Let's go to a real project. I guess it didn't handle that properly. I hate macOS sometimes. I just want a file path that I can do shit in. Code, content, 1 app 5 stacks. This will be a very fun, confusing one for it. Cascades changes are saved to your files. You can continue your workflow, review them here when you're ready. Fascinating project that handles the same application using 5 different technology stacks. So I made a mistake when I built these 5 apps where the styling of some of them is slightly different. One of the apps has styling that is slightly different from the others. Which app is it? Oh shit, we just got a raid from Abby. What? I normally raid you, Abby. That's not allowed. Thank you so much for raiding us. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I'm a full stack software dev, mostly focused on JavaScript stuff. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch, and I'm mostly known for those videos. A lot of people don't even know that I film them live, but yeah. Love Abby. I have a whole sob story about how much I owe her for saving an old Pokemon that was important to me. Abby's the best. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you a ton. We're much more on the code side than the Pokemon side, but I do nerd out about Pokemon stuff here and there. Really hopeful the new Legends game comes out soon and that it's good. Yeah. Command-Shift-G helps you paste into paths to get places quickly. That's actually huge to know. Yeah, and anybody who is already here, if you like Pokemon stuff, especially nerdy, like hacking the game Pokemon stuff, Abby is probably the industry leader in reverse engineering Pokemon games and figuring out what's going on in them. Like, actually so cool. Even if you're not into the games, just seeing how she breaks them down and finds stuff in them, really cool. Anyways, we're trying yet another... we're trying yet another AI coding tool because everybody asked for my thoughts on it. Let's see. The 2D version is slightly different stylings. That was not the correct answer. That is incorrect. The coloring is not the styling difference I care about. Try again. So for those watching, the actual answer is the Elixir version because the original one was written by Ben before I had finalized the styles, so its styling looks a little different. If I go to the GitHub for 1app5stacks, I have links for all of them here. They mostly look identical, but the Elixir version, the vote button, looks very different than in the others. And I wanted to see if I can get it to fix that for me without effort. Okay, so it has just been wrong about every single thing I've asked it so far. All of them have image rendering pixelated on sprites. Literally 100% of them do. So it is just incorrect. Not a good starting point. The correct answer is the Elixir version, which doesn't style the vote button correctly. Fix it so it matches the other apps. Cool. I'm not just testing Claude because Claude doesn't have access to my code base. It can't traverse hundreds of files and figure out which ones are the right ones. Everybody in chat's asking, am I just testing Claude? No. Obviously, there's so many things here that aren't Claude that like it doesn't find Claude can't find my files. Claude can't audit 70 files from the right folder and then figure out what the differences are between that and another folder. Can it not open the file that it changed? Open diff, okay. Okay, my hotkey for opening and closing sidebar only opens. Close doesn't work for this, which is very annoying. We're going to accept the changes for now, and then I'm going to see if that worked. Huh. It actually did. Look at that. Wait, no, it didn't. It just made it taller. It didn't fix the width problem. So I gaslit myself into thinking they actually succeeded. Great start. Let's, for a fair comparison, let's... So, okay, I already did that. Don't save. So this is the same project, but now we're in Cursor, which is the editor I've been using for my AI code editing. Cursor doesn't pretend that it can get all this context. It knows it can't. In fact, you can't even use the Command-Shift-K feature when you don't have a file open. What's their composer? Yeah, cool. This is composer. Let's make a new composer. The style of one of these projects does not match the others. Which one is it? That is not correct. I meant the actual layout that the user sees is different. Those files don't exist anymore. Cool. So since I reset those, the cursor hasn't been smart enough to update since. I don't expect cursor to do those things because they make it hard to do that. Usually what you're supposed to do with cursor is actually tell it which files you care about. It seems like the promise with Windsurf is that it does that for you. I don't even think it lets you add context manually like that. So I'm going to do it the way that I'm used to doing it here, where I'm going to open up the actual file here. We have Pokey Live. I'm going to open another one that I know is styled correctly, like the next RSC version. Source app page. Cool. Now we're going to tell it that we want source app page.tsx from next RSC. Cool. So now it knows we want that. And it knows that we want this Pokey Live. Update the Elixir version so the styles match the React version. There is more manual work here. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. In fact, you have to tag which file it's supposed to use isn't as smooth as the editor figuring that out for you. When it's cool, it can do that. But it's less cool when the result it gives you is incorrect. Said, command return to index the whole code space. I did that. I don't think it has, nothing here indicates it's indexing the code base. Here, it tells us what it changed. It changed the layout to use flex, specify center gap 16 instead of grid. It increased the image sizes to match. It added the padding, changed the colors. It made very different changes. How am I going to get this close? There we go. Cool. Let's see how this version looks. Oh. It is perfect. It is identical. Look at that. I told it which one to reference, and it fixed it. That's been my experience with Cursor. It makes you put a little more work in to tell it, like, hey, here are the files I care about. But honestly, what I do 90+% of the time is I just Command A, Command K, say what I want, and it does it. But I am not super excited about that part so far. I was excited to see it do more, but let's give it something more interesting, something that I know Cursor would not be able to do. Change the link color on all of the apps to be pink. And it's doing it via app.css. It's updating the Tailwind config. No. Okay. Yeah, let's actually look at the diff that it did. Yeah, look at that. They're using Tailwind incorrectly. Do not use @apply when fixing the links. Just change the class names already on them. This isn't great. I was more hopeful for this. Do the other options, they have GBD4O as an option. I could give that a shot. But like, ugh. This also is just taking forever. Like I was hoping it would run these things in parallel. Like it would analyze these files separately because they don't block each other. This is the first time I've used an AI tool where it actually took more time than just making the change myself. Yeah. Okay. I am not happy with Cascade so far. Also, it uses a hotkey I already have bound, which is command period. That is how I enter emojis. You cannot take that from me. Is there a way I can change the hotkey for that? Do they have settings for that? Not here, they don't. Nope. Cool. Great. I like the idea a lot. I don't want Super Maven chat. No, just can I just uninstall Super Maven? Yeah, you can't change the hotkey by the looks of it. That's fun. I tried. I genuinely did. I don't even know how to open it back up. Command palette is Command Shift P. I already knew that. Oh, it's Command L for Cascade. Okay. Okay. That's actually cool. You can turn off write mode and it's no longer allowed to make changes to your code base. So it is effectively just chat and you're toggling between write mode and chat mode. That is something I'll admit with Cursor I've not been as confident in is how can I just chat with things? I think they have a thing for it. I don't even know what the hotkey is though. But yeah, I'm not impressed with the changes that it was trying to make here. Let's see how the AI autocomplete is, though. Let's go hop into a React code base in here. I'll make a new route. We'll call it counter.tsx. I also feel a little claustrophobic having this take up that much space and Explorer, especially because my hotkey to close Explorer is dead because, oh, edit code using... What? No, it's... Why does that come up when I use my hotkey that toggles... My hotkeys aren't that specific and every other editor handled them. I use Command-Shift-E to open and close sidebar and everything. So I use it for Cursor. I use it for Arc. I have the same hotkey for opening and closing sidebars everywhere. And apparently I can't hear. I'm trying. I know you are like, you just want to hate it. No, I'm trying to actually use it and show you guys what it's like using it. And apparently my other key binding, which by the way, it shows you here, Command-Shift-E is the hotkey I have for opening and closing that. It's just not honoring it. Function, counter. It's fast. It's wrong, but it's fast. If I had to actually make this a counter. Nothing? Okay. You guys are saying that I'm just being an asshole here. I want to show you how different my experience is using cursor here. Function, counter. Cool. It's wrong, but if I do oh, look at that. Look at that. And look at this. Import from React. If I press tab again, it does the import for me. When they added that, it broke me. I never, ever expected them to figure out importing. It's better at importing than TypeScript is with automatic imports now, which is unbelievable. But it forgot to actually add the counting part. Oh, look at that. It figured out. We have in the little thing here what it's going to do. And it worked. Ta-da. I don't know if I can bring myself to use an AI code editor where the autocomplete is worse and the general like helper tool like that is wrong. That combo feels pretty brutal. I'll give it one more shot. Function counter. And we're not going to not let it do anything itself this time. Wait, why is it? Okay, did it right that time. But at first, it was trying to grab something from fucking like React Query initially. It's relying too heavily on what exists in the code base and not enough on what is correct or incorrect. And it's still making me import myself. That was rough. There's an explain button, though. This is actually a cool concept. The idea of a refactor button that just has default options like this is kind of cool. And if I had like an old class component and I could just click that and it would make it into a function component, it would be cool. There's also didn't follow prettier formatting correctly. That's kind of actually really annoying. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like, why did it format it in a way that isn't complicit with my prettier config? Huh? Okay, I am not having a good experience, so instead of continuing to not have a good experience, I want to read what they think the experience should be like so we can see where it might get rather than me just being mad at it. Are you kidding? Do you really have a bad icon on the home page when you spent that on the... Did it just not load right? Like, what happened there? Wait, oh, that just directed me there. That's because that was for the login page. Okay. I want to learn more about Windsurf. Okay, here we are. So, here's what they have to say. Windsurf Editor is built for the way AI is meant to work with humans. Everything you love in Codium and more, with unmatched performance and a user experience that keeps you in the flow. I'll read the docs, but let's see. Flows, the way humans are meant to work with AI. Flows equal agents plus copilot. Codium, I like you guys. We've had great conversations. I'm genuinely excited about some of the things you're doing. What the fuck is this? The Windsurf Editor is powered by an AI that can both collaborate with you like a copilot and tackle complex tasks independently like an agent. The AI is completely in sync with you every step of the way. Flows allow the dev and AI to operate on the same state at all times, creating a mind meld experience beyond just an assistant. Is this for investors or is this for developers? Cascade. Cascade combines deep code-based understanding, a breadth of advanced tools, and a real-time awareness of your actions into a powerful, seamless, and collaborative flow. It is the most powerful way to code with AI. Allows you to run on production code basis and still get relevant suggestions. I dislike the idea that they're like shitting on code bases they don't consider legit enough, and the slight jab saying like the cursor engineers don't use cursor to build cursor, which I know is fucking bullshit. Suggest and run commands. This part is cool. I didn't see it doing that, but it's cool it can. You know what? Let's give it something I would consider a potentially better fit. I grabbed the entirety of the BlueSky app earlier today. Let's have it do this with us. How do I want to open this? Let's say get this project set up so I can use it locally. Also, did it have that exploring React counter component? Just me working on that was considered a workflow? Huh? So I don't love that these aren't tabs. These are just past workflows I have to get to that way. Did it stop? I thought it would do this for me. Insert in terminal. I thought it would know when things are and aren't there. Like it would know which Python version to use and shit. I don't have yarn. Best part, I don't think it's going to have... Oh, it does work. I thought it was going to need to resource it, but it knew better. I'm in chat mode. Oh, that's actually a good point. I accidentally had that in chat mode. Let's reset and try that again then. Set up this project for me. Okay, this is cool that it will run node and make sure that the version is up to date. It will run the yarn install. I'm going to actually make life harder for it quick. We're going to npm uninstall yarn. Oops. Cool. Let's give it a third attempt. Set up this project so I can work in it. Sure. Okay, that's cool. It failed to run the command, and now it's saying we have to install it globally. This part is cool. This I could see being actually useful for somebody setting up and contributing to a project for the first time as like a hold my hand along setup process. I'm starting to see the light. I am seeing what their goal is here more. Let's see how distracted it gets by all the warnings. I suspect it'll get very distracted by all those warnings. Okay, that was kind of annoying actually, because it stopped me in the standard error section, so I couldn't see that it was still running up here. That was annoying. Apparently I don't have the Expo CLI. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't. Cool. So to be clear, most tools should not be installed globally. Yarn should be. Yarn should be installed globally. I don't love Expo CLI being global, but it is somewhat common. I don't like that you have to install it global and then you're using the yarn commands anyways. Yarn iOS. Cool. Let's ask you some more questions. Where is the feed actually rendered? This is something I did earlier when I was covering BlueSky. I was trying to figure out which component actually had the feed code in it. Let's see how well Cascade can help me find it. I will say I feel extra claustrophobic now with like the file tab on the side, the terminal on the bottom, and this on the right. This is too much for me. I like these things being separate or like floating temporarily and then going away. Like when I'm editing inside of Cursor, I don't have anything up unless I need to. Then I'll quickly open my sidebar, do the thing, close it. If I'm using the AI stuff, I'll quickly open it or open up Composer and then close it. I don't like the idea of this being like ever present. In every single example they showed, they had this open. I've been asked to do the same thing in Cursor, so I will give that a shot. Set up this project. It has no idea what I'm asking for. Yeah. So Cursor's not good at this. Command return instead of just return, what does that do? Oh, it indexes your code base so that it can do things for the whole thing. That's actually, I had no idea you could do that in Cursor. If you command enter, it's smarter and it will index your code base so it can do better stuff. This is much better instructions too. Okay. I was starting to see the light and now I'm losing it again because this is just better. I'm trying. I really am. Ugh. This is still compiling. This, I have no idea what that is. It's kind of funny. It's cool they included troubleshooting steps and stuff too, but it's less step by step, which I did like with Cascade, where it did the like back and forth thing they were describing pretty well, where it would say you should do this, you hit the run button, then it says do this, and you hit the run button, then you should do this, and you hit the run button. Cursor just gives you it all, and it's correct, but you have to do the things yourself step by step. I feel shitty even saying it this way. It feels like Windsurf is the AI code editor for people who don't know how to code, and Cursor's the AI code editor for people who actually know how to code. That is my perception, having just dicked around with this right now. I'd have to use it more to be sure, but seeing the quality of the code that I got out of Windsurf, seeing the better top-level experience with like the step-by-step holding my hand stuff that Cursor or that Windsurf did well, and seeing what they're going for with the AI controlling my workflow, I get it, but I don't think it's for me, and I don't think it's for the types of people who watch my YouTube channel for fun either. Cursor's just trying to make a good dev slightly faster. That all said, there are times where even the best of us are bad devs. Like when you're using a code base that's in a language you're not familiar with and a team you've never talked to. If I had to contribute to a Zig code base, I could see Cascade being helpful in getting me set up and productive in that. But if I was contributing to a TypeScript code base or an Elixir code base, something I'm familiar with, I wouldn't want to touch Cascade right now with a 10-foot pole. And during all of that time, during all of that time, my terminal was running the build for BlueSky. And now, finally, I should be able to run it locally. My laptop its fans are going right now. Developer menu gives you access. Yep, I know about all that. Cool. Look at that. We got the BlueSky developer experience running locally. How nice. Gonna kill that. Getting some questions that I think are worth addressing. One is, what do I think of the pricing model? It's quite a bit cheaper or free in comparison to Cursor. I want to look at it first before I'm as rude as I'm about to be. Hide my email when it showed there, phase. What's the pricing for Windsurf? Is it different? Okay, so the full experience, I am getting the full experience even though I'm not paying. So like, is it cool? They made this work for free? Sure. If you are really price constrained, is the fact that the free tier works well useful? Sure. If you are an experienced developer of any fucking level, and the difference between $10 a month, sorry, I'm going to be just as angry, but I want to, yeah. If you are a developer of any fucking competence whatsoever, and the gap between $10 a month and $20 a month is a make or break for the tool you do your fucking job in, stop watching my channel. Straight up. Your understanding of cost-benefit analysis is so far gone that there's no conversation for us to have. Straight up. I'm sorry. I just like if you are struggling to get a job and the $20 a month is too big, fine. Go use the Codium free tier. I get it. But your priority shouldn't be min-maxing the cost of your editor. Your priority should be getting a fucking job that pays you fairly. Because $10 a month difference isn't the thing that is different about these tools. I had to go check the price for Cursor because I didn't remember what I was paying. And I'm sure I'm going to get a bunch of comments. What about other regions? Yeah, I've paid devs from other regions. They are cheaper. But 10 or 20 bucks a month for a tool that makes you significantly more effective at your job, that's fuck off. Like, I was going to pretend to care and be sympathetic. I can't. I actually cannot do that. That is such a small difference. And when we're talking about engineering income, like, it's just, it's hard for me to even consider. Like, straight up, I'll show chat so it doesn't look like I'm hiding shit. Like, where I live, 20 bucks a lot. I get it. I understand. But as a developer that makes code that is shipping to users, our work is still valuable enough that a $0 a month versus $10 a month versus $20 a month difference is a joke. Just straight up. And I'll be real. If that price gap is a big deal for you, that is totally fine. Don't pay for anything until you have a job that pays you fairly. If you watch my videos, if you build real projects, and you're finding any success in the space at all, it doesn't matter where you live, you should be able to make 50 grand a year. Any dev that is even vaguely competent, no matter where the fuck you live, 50K a year is more than reasonable, at which point 20 bucks a month isn't a real number. I'm sorry. I am struggling to be sympathetic here because these numbers are too small to care. This is actually a good point from Chaz here. It's not a dev's decision, though. It's 4 levels up. If you're working at a company and the company says, we know you guys like Cursor more, but Codium is $10 a month cheaper for each of you, so we're going to go with that instead. And the engineers say, no, we know Cursor is better. Pay the extra money. And they turn it down. Great. Quit. They don't value you. If the company is not willing to pay that small of a gap, it's the same. I say the same thing about hardware, by the way. Like when the M series Macs came out, a lot of people were on Intel Macs. A lot of them. Because that was the thing that people would dev on. But as soon as the M series Macs came out, the quality of life win for anyone using the computer was great enough that if your company wasn't willing to do that upgrade, your company doesn't care enough about you and your productivity. Their cost-benefit analysis is broken, and if you can't fix it or tell them how wrong it is, then tell them why you're leaving instead. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like these tools cost money to run. The AI models cost money to run. I'm surprised Codium is so cheap, but I don't think about those numbers. And like, if my whole team wanted the enterprise version of, or like if my whole team wanted the enterprise version of Cursor for 40 bucks a month per person, I wouldn't even think twice. I just hit the button and do it. But if if you are price sensitive to the point where this number and the Cursor number, that's a scary difference, please do not buy either of these tools. Just fix the income problem first. Neither of these tools are going to be the reason you do or don't get the job. Get the goddamn job, then come back and figure out which tool fits your needs the best, because these price differences aren't numbers that should matter. And if they do matter to you right now, you have a separate problem you need to solve. Period. I'm sorry. Sorry for the random rage tangent. I didn't think I was going to do that, but yeah, I have feelings, and my feeling is that you guys care too much. Was there anything else on the homepage that mattered? Okay. So I do actually like the setup thing. I can see value there. The rest of these features, less so. The code lenses have promise. I don't love them in their current state, but I see a lot of potential for like refactor, allowing for useful things in context to just be there for everyone to use. What is super complete? Eh. I am not loving this. I kind of see the vision. I like the goal of Cascade. I don't love the execution. And I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to use this editor anytime soon. I'm happy I gave it a look. There are cool ideas here, and honestly, things I hope Cursor copies, because that's where I'm definitely going to be staying for now. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Well, this is a pretty easy decision. I think I know why you're struggling to get a job, Reflexion, and it has nothing to do with where you live. Everything to do with how you present yourself. Reflect on that. You're going to struggle for a while. Yeah, I don't get it. I know people who make $400K a year in fucking Bangladesh. You're just wrong. If you want to blame your region for your income, and you're able to watch this stream live and be part of these communities and get what's going on here, fuck off. Yeah. I'm going to keep raging unless I leave. So we're going to figure out who we're raiding instead. I know Zayu's doing a custom client. It's actually really cool. Figure out who we're raiding. I have no idea what Shindigs is doing. I'm curious enough. I'm probably going to throw you guys at him. Yeah, I want to know what Shindigs is doing. We're going there. Oh, is Zayu live right now? Oh, fuck. We're raiding Zayu instead. I had no idea. Easiest raid of my life. Am I not following Zayu on Twitch? What the fuck am I doing? Cool. Zayu's getting the raid. Thank you guys as always. Hey, if I ever ban somebody, unban requests are a thing. All you got to do is apologize for your tone. That said, YouTube doesn't have the same feature. So, sorry, Mad Max. Fun stream. Goodbye, y'all. See you in 2 weeks.
You can now go
Goodbye to YouTube as well.
And Discovery